Chapter 38, 66. Ling Xiao didn't know that Yufenghua had risked her life to find him. Right now, he had brought the weakened Zi Qinya back to the Purple Spirit capital. In this battle, not only did he come out unscathed, he even saved Zi Qinya. It was a complete victory. His only regret was that he couldn't kill Yufenghua. My strength is still too weak. If I can break through to the mortal core realm, I might have a chance. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, thinking about how to break through to the next realm. He didn't have much time. Yufenghua would need at most half a month to fully recover. Within this period of time, he had to break through. Or else, once Yufenghua came, it would be like a thunderbolt. The reason why he was able to severely injure Yufenghua was because he didn't know anything about the Blood Thunder God. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. But come to think of it, Ling Xiao was only famous in Zifu Kingdom, but in the entire Dongsheng Kingdom, he was just a nobody. He was able to injure Yufenghua to such an extent. It could be said that he had done something that left people dumbfounded. He felt good about it. Brother Ling Xiao, what should we do next? Should we leave the Purple Spirit capital? Towards Ling Xiao, Zilong didn't just admire him. He respected him. Ling Xiao had really saved Zi Qinya all by himself. This was unbelievable. Why should we leave? Not only is this Purple Spirit kingdom mine, the Zifu kingdom will also be mine. Since he had already started, he might as well do something bigger. At this stage, it was better to control the Purple Spirit kingdom first. The Dongsheng kingdom wouldn't care about a small kingdom, and he could make Zi Qinya continue to pretend to be loyal to the Dongsheng kingdom. He believed that the death of Yufenghua and Qin Moshua would make the Dongsheng kingdom restrain themselves. After all, no matter how good the Dongsheng heavenly sword and immemorial martial skills were, it wasn't worth it to lose too much. The Dongsheng kingdom was facing the competition from the other three kingdoms. They didn't have time to waste on a small kingdom. Of course, if the Dongsheng kingdom really wanted to destroy the Purple Spirit kingdom, then Ling Xiao would have to retreat to the Meng family first. A temporary retreat was to prepare for a better counterattack in the future. But this was all in the future. No one could say for sure. Right now, what Ling Xiao wanted to do the most was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Sister Qinya, is there a place that is dangerous but also filled with opportunities? Is there a place that can increase my cultivation level in a short amount of time? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. There really is such a place. In the past, even I didn't dare to casually enter that place. But with your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Zi Qinya pondered for a moment before replying. What place? Asked Qinya. Actually, there's a portal in the king's residence that connects to an unknown small world, and there is the aura of the heavenly demon inside. It is very terrifying. Qinya, take me there. No matter what, I have to give it a try. After all, it's only half a month. Qinya, King Qiu. Qinya. In the depths of the king's residence, there was a sealed portal. Legend has it that one day, a heavenly demon flew out of it, killed the monarch of the Purple Spirit Kingdom, and took over the capital city. Later, it was killed by the experts of the Dongsheng Kingdom. However, Zi Qinya was the successor of the monarch, so she didn't know much about it. This sealing technique is really crude. Seeing the seal, Ling Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips. Crude? No way. This was sealed by the imperial master of the Dongsheng Kingdom. Zi Qinya smiled bitterly. So what? Crude is crude. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He tapped a few times, and the seal was destroyed. A terrifying demonic aura gushed out of the portal. Ling Xiao was immediately invigorated. Yes, this is the feeling. I really like it. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Brother Ling Xiao, take me with you. I want to become stronger too. If there's any danger and you can't save me, don't save me. I want to join the battle as well. I don't want to be a coward all the time. Zilong suddenly said. He was an early third Divine Core warrior, and he wasn't weak at all. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't weak. The main reason was that Ling Xiao was too abnormal. I'll go with you, Zi Qinya said. No problem. But before we go, Sister Qinya, you need to recover your strength first. Ling Xiao looked at Zi Qinya and said, I don't think you've merged with the Blood Sword Lord's inner core yet. Let me give you a hand. Will it take a long time? Zi Qinya was worried that she would waste Ling Xiao's cultivation time. About an hour? It's nothing. Ling Xiao said confidently. He had 2 divine cores in his body, and they were more than enough to suppress the Blood Sword Lord's heavenly core. It was easy for him to merge with Zi Qinya. Besides, the heavenly core of the Blood Sword Lord had lost its consciousness. Only its memories were left. Once the fusion was successful, Zi Qinya would inherit the Blood Sword Lord's combat skills and wisdom. Not only would her cultivation improve, her combat strength would also skyrocket. Of course, she wouldn't be able to reach the same level as the Blood Sword Lord. But it was still possible for her to reach the peak 6th Divine Core realm, or even the early 7th Divine Core realm. Let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Consume this healing pill first. It will heal your injuries. Ling Xiao didn't have much time, and he didn't want to waste any time. Therefore, he quickly started. After Zi Qinya's injuries were fully healed, Ling Xiao and Zi Qinya worked together to merge the Blood Sword Lord's inner core. Zi Qinya thought the process would be extremely difficult, but in fact, besides the pain, every step was smooth. All the problems and troubles that arose were solved by Ling Xiao one by one. In less than an hour, around 40 minutes had passed. The Blood Sword Lord's inner core had completely merged with Zi Qinya. It now belonged to her. Just as Ling Xiao had expected, Zi Qinya's cultivation had successfully broken through to the early 7th Divine Core realm from the early 6th Divine Core realm. It should have been an earth core, but now it had become a heavenly core. Zi Qinya was an invincible existence among all warriors at the same level as her. An earth core could only utilize the force of the earth, but a heavenly core could utilize the force of the heavens and earth. It was much more powerful. All right, let's depart now. Purple Spirit Capital is protected by a formation. We won't be in any danger for the time being. As long as we can make it back in half a month, we'll be fine. Ling Xiao stood up and was the first one to enter the portal. Zi Qinya and Zilong followed closely behind. Inside the portal was an incomparably huge space. The strangest thing was there were countless volcanoes here. The volcanoes were huge. Just the craters of the volcanoes were more than 1,000 meters long. Below them was a land that stretched for dozens of miles. It was truly a shocking sight. Chapter 38:67. The scariest thing wasn't the gigantic volcano. The scariest thing was there was a huge forest not far away. Vaguely, they could hear the strange cries of heavenly devils coming from within. The sky above the forest was covered by a dense devilish energy. Black, evil, terrifying. Countless demon beasts could be seen roaming around the forest. Miserable cries could be heard from within the forest. Obviously, some demon beasts had been killed. They could even hear the miserable cries of humans. There are people here. Zi Qinya was surprised. She thought the heavenly devil's ruin was only connected to the Purple Spirit Capital. She didn't expect it to be connected to other places as well. This isn't strange. Perhaps the heavenly devil's ruin is similar to the bloodthirsty battlefield. It is connected to 30,000 small kingdoms. If that's the case, We have to be extra careful. We might encounter some people with evil intentions. Ling Xiao reminded Zi Qinya. After that, he started walking towards the forest. Since that was the most dangerous place, perhaps it was also the place where he could break through. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a group of men descended from the sky and landed outside the forest. The heavenly devil energy here is so dense. This must be the nest of the heavenly devils. But I wonder if the heavenly devils are as scary as the rumors say. One of the men said with a smile. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of the legendary heavenly devils, and instead he looked quite relaxed. Sister Qinya, who are those men? Ling Xiao asked curiously. They didn't walk towards them. They just hid. At this moment, it was better for them not to be discovered so easily. By Tianyu from the Blood Sun Kingdom and Lu Yi from the Greenwood Kingdom, I know both of them. Bai Tianyu is the #1 warrior from the Blood Sun Kingdom, and he is much stronger than the Purple Palace army you joined. I think he is at the mid-6th Divine Core realm. Lu Ye's strength is on par with him. I didn't expect them to team up. Zi Qinya furrowed her brows. She was worried. Sister Qinya, don't forget about your current strength. Those two guys are just cats and dogs in front of you. As for the rest of them, they are not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao reminded her, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I thought I was at the early 6th Divine Core realm. Zi Qinya was startled. Then she said with a bitter smile, Lu Yi said, the Heavenly Devil Relic is such a good place, but it's not allowed to be opened. What a waste. To martial artists like us who cultivate Devil Dao martial techniques, the Heavenly Devil Grass can be said to have many benefits. As for the Heavenly Demon Pith, it's even more beneficial to us. It might even help us break through to the 7th Divine Core realm. Bai Tianyu shook his head and said, Heavenly Devil Essence isn't that easy to obtain. No matter what, since I'm already here, I should go and take a look. If he was lucky enough to get it, he would be rich. Moreover, it was rumored that a terrible war had taken place in the Heavenly Devil ruins a long time ago. At that time, the Heavenly Demon was still at its peak and was very powerful. They had killed many of the Dongsheng Strong country's martial artists who had come to encircle them. There should be a lot of inner cores and treasures left behind. Even if I can't get the Heavenly Devil Essence, it's still good to get those things. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was optimistic. Then let's go. Bai Tianyu seemed to be tempted as well. Smiling, they entered the forest together. There were a total of 20 men in this group, and all of them were at least at the 4th Divine Core realm. It was obvious that the Blood Sun and Greenwood Kingdom had been preparing for this trip to the Heavenly Devil Ruins for a long time. However, they didn't expect to bump into Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao and the other two arrived at the forest, Lu Yi, Bai Tianyu, and the other men had already entered for some time. Someone is opening a path for us. Great. Ling Xiao smiled. Then he followed the path Lu Yi and Bai Tianyu took. Along the way, they found a lot of demon beast corpses. They must have been killed by Lu Yi, Bai Tianyu, and the other men. Be careful. I can feel that after entering the forest, my divine sense has suddenly become very weak. Originally, I could release my divine sense to a few dozen miles in circumference, but now I can only release my divine sense to a few dozen meters away. I think I'm affected by the Heavenly Devil energy. Zi Qinya furrowed his brows and said, Don't worry, just follow me. Although Ling Xiao's divine sense was affected as well, his Tai Chi, I wasn't affected too much. He could still see things up to a mile away. It was much larger than Zi Qinya's divine sense. Zi Long, get ready to fight. I won't be following the men in front of us. After all, we're here to train ourselves. If we don't fight, it'll be meaningless. Ling Xiao reminded Zilong. Among the three men, Zilong was the weakest, but with the Blood Sovereign armor, Zilong was able to unleash the combat strength of an early Fourth Divine Core warrior. Furthermore, his defensive strength was comparable to a Sixth Divine Core warrior's. Therefore, he didn't have to worry too much about his safety. I understand, Brother Ling Xiao. Zilong nodded his head. When he thought about how his sister was taken away, he couldn't do anything about it. When he thought about how his sister was slaughtered in Purple Spirit City, he couldn't do anything but watch. Zilong's heart was filled with endless courage. No one could stop him from moving forward. He had to become stronger. Roar. Not long after they moved forward, a roar suddenly sounded out. Within the dense forest, a ferocious devil tiger leapt towards Ling Xiao and the other two men. This devil tiger must have been contaminated by the heavenly devil energy. That's why it became like this. It had become an aggressive beast, and its strength had become much stronger as well. Early Fourth Divine Core warrior, Zilong, you do it. A small fry like this was nothing to Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't plan to fight. But since the demon beasts in the outer perimeter of the forest were so terrifying, the demon beasts in the inner perimeter must be even stronger. It looked like he still had a chance to break through. Die! Zilong's dragon, martial soul, emerged behind his back. With the Blood Sun World in his hand, he charged towards the demon beast. After a fierce battle, although Zilong wasn't injured, he was exhausted, and his true yuan was almost depleted. As for the devil tiger, it was killed as well. Come eat it. Ling Xiao took out a demon beast core from the devil tiger's body and gave it to Zilong. Of course, he had prepared it beforehand. If he let Zilong eat it, he would be harming Zilong. Also, I'll teach you the sky-devouring art. This is a skill I got from the ancient emperor of Dongsheng. A few thousand years ago, there was a warrior who relied on devouring demon beast cores to increase his strength. This was his cultivation technique. I'll let you slowly comprehend it, but there's no time for that. Let me give you some pointers. Ling Xiao pressed his finger on Zilong's forehead. Then a memory entered Zilong's mind. In an instant, Zilong felt as if his head had been pierced through, and he howled in pain. He was rolling on the ground. This pain will make you remember how hard it is to obtain this thing. If you can't hold on any longer, just tell me, I'll give up. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone, although he couldn't bear to do this. But he also knew that only by experiencing the toughest of hardships could one rise above others. If he couldn't do it, then Zilong would have to slowly cultivate. Chapter 38:68. Brother Ling Xiao, I can do it. Zilong was a young master from a rich family, and he hadn't suffered much. But now that the situation had changed, he had no choice but to endure it. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to protect his family. Good. I didn't misjudge you, my brother. Let's continue moving forward. Zilong had learned the sky-devouring skill, and he could slowly study it along the way and try to devour the demon beast's crystal core. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and as long as he succeeded the first time, the rest would be easy. The heavenly demon energy in this forest was extremely dense. Perhaps because of this, heavenly demon beasts that were much stronger than ordinary demon beasts were born here. These demon beasts had absorbed the heavenly demon energy and possessed the heavenly demon energy. Although their cultivation level wouldn't increase, their combat strength would become stronger. Compared to demon beasts of the same cultivation level, they were much more ferocious. This was similar to the bloodthirsty demon beasts in the bloodthirsty battlefield, who were affected by the murderous aura. After walking for another mile or so, a huge monster suddenly jumped out of the dense forest. It was a frightening heavenly demon bear. It was about 8 meters tall, and its huge body contained a power that could destroy everything in its path. Its eyes were glowing with a blood-red light, and it was emitting a ferocious killing intent. Any martial artist who barged into this forest had to die. This was the territory of heavenly demon beasts, and they hated human warriors even more than ordinary demon beasts. Furthermore, it could sense that the 3 men in front of it were all pretty strong demon beasts. If it could devour them, it might be able to increase its strength. In this heavenly demon forest, it would be able to rule over everything. Great Earth Demon Bear, this guy's combat strength is really strong. Ling Xiao stared at the monster in front of him, and he was eager to fight it. This Great Earth Demon Bear was an early 7th Divine Core Demon Beast. Such a powerful monster would definitely be of great help to his cultivation. Sister Qinya, Zilong, you two deal with the cubs it brought here. Leave this guy to me. Ling Xiao said. Understood. Although Qinya was worried when she thought about Ling Xiao's frightening combat strength in the Purple Palace Kingdom. She had miraculously performed a miraculous feat. She didn't want to waste any more time talking. Together with Zilong, they blocked off the heavenly demon bear's army. This demonic earth bear seems to have absorbed a lot more heavenly demonic chi than the previous demonic tiger. His feet had turned into the appearance of a heavenly demon, and strange demonic wings had appeared on his back. Although it wasn't big, if it continued to change, it would probably become a true heavenly demon. It's been a long time since I've absorbed heavenly demonic chi. It's a good opportunity to play with it. Ling Xiao stared at the demonic earth bear in front of him and launched an attack. The battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, Ling Xiao completely defeated the demonic earth bear with a single fiend god seal. Then, it swallowed the demonic earth bear's core. Black energy surged within his body. After a long time, he smiled. The energy in his sea of cultivation had increased to 60%. It seemed like coming here was the right choice. If an earthen bear alone could bring him such a huge improvement, then perhaps a breakthrough wouldn't be impossible. By the time his battle ended, Qinya and Zilong's battle had also ended. The purple dragon was devouring the demonic beast cores. With the heaven-swallowing art, Ling Xiao no longer needed to purify the demonic beast's crystal core. After all, Zilong's martial soul was a divine dragon. Although he was a low-ranked divine dragon, he was still a dragon. The strength of his bloodline was much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. The heaven-swallowing art was the best for him to cultivate. After another half an hour, Zilong's cultivation had broken through to the late 3rd Divine Core realm. This speed was much faster than simply cultivating. Of course, it was also very dangerous and painful, because every time Zilong devoured the demonic beast's crystal core, he would feel a pain that made him wish he was dead. If he couldn't endure it, he would be dead for sure. The heaven-swallowing art was a torturous skill, but it was also a heaven-defying cultivation skill. Can you still endure it? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, Zilong said while gritting his teeth. Good, let's continue. Ling Xiao really wanted to see a demonic beast similar to the demonic earth bear again. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. Although that heavenly devil giant serpent's power is at the same level, it is still extremely powerful. Although the demonic earth bear was similar to the demonic earth bear, with the combined strength of all 20 of us, we finally killed it. Besides, the demonic earth bear's demon crystal core is a great supplement for us, a devil cultivator. In just a short period of time, my stagnant cultivation has broken through the bottleneck. I've reached the mid-6th Divine Core realm. About 10 miles away from Ling Xiao and the group, Lu Yi was looking at the dead body of a demonic earth bear in front of him excitedly. Bai Tianyu nodded his head and said, "Me too. Looks like we've made the right choice this time." Us devil cultivators are different from the other cultivators. We're just like half demons. We're not welcomed by anyone. But if we become invincible, who will dare to look down on us? That's right, if this continues, it won't be a problem for us to break through to the peak sixth divine core realm in a short period of time. At that point of time, even the king of Z Palace will be no match for us. Lu Yi said excitedly. It had to be said that these people were a little too arrogant. This heavenly devil python was only at the early sixth divine core realm. It was much weaker than the demonic earth bear. If they knew that the demonic earth bear was killed by Ling Xiao alone, what would they think? Let's continue. Bai Tianyu called out to the group and continued walking. Brother Bai, what do you think we should do if we encounter other warriors? Lu Yi suddenly asked. He had smelled the scent of other humans. What else can we do? Of course, we'll kill them. There are only a few devil cultivators. We can't be careless, Bai Tianyu said with a cold voice. Along the way, Ling Xiao and the group had encountered many frightening devil beasts, but they managed to survive. The energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation ocean had increased to 70%. Zi Long was an early fourth divine core warrior, and with the help of the blood sovereign armor, he could unleash the combat strength of an early fifth divine core warrior. Zi Qianya's cultivation hadn't increased, but he had become more familiar with his combat strength. What is that? Suddenly, Zi Long cried out in shock. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked over. What he saw startled him as well. A frightening skeleton that was 100 times bigger than the Blood Thunder Bull Devil's skeleton had appeared a few hundred meters away. The skeleton stood there like a towering mountain. Only those who stood far away could see it clearly. It was a gigantic, heavenly devil. If they stood in front of it, they wouldn't even be as long as its fingernail. Ling Xiao had seen heavenly devils before, but they were all transformed heavenly devils. None of them were as huge as this one. From this, it could be seen that heavenly devils were different species from the beast race. Different species would have different forms. Although it had been dead for more than 10,000 years, they could still feel the frightening pressure coming from the skeleton. Zi Qianya and Zi Long were both trembling, and they kept stepping back. Ling Xiao almost knelt down at first. But at this critical moment, the martial soul of Tyrant Heavens had a miraculous effect. The aura of supremacy instantly shattered the pressure brought by the heavenly demon's skeleton. Chapter 38:69. This terrifying pressure. It belongs to a real heavenly devil. I wonder what kind of race this heavenly devil is. Why is it so terrifying? Why did it have to come to the mystic world? Zi Qianya took a deep breath. He could still remember the trembling he felt just now. That's right, this is terrifying. This heavenly devil has been dead for so long, but it still has such a terrifying pressure. I wonder how terrifying it was when it was still alive. How did the human martial artists kill him? Zi Long was shocked as well. Did you notice? There is a strange herb growing on the heavenly devil's skeleton. It's called the heavenly devil herb. It can only grow from the heavenly devil's blood and flesh. It contains a rich amount of heavenly devil energy. If you can concoct it into a heavenly devil pill, it can greatly increase the strength of your body. Also, the heavenly devil energy will be born in your body. The heavenly devil energy can be used for both offense and defense. It's similar to a magical treasure. If you're lucky, you can even cultivate the heavenly devil combat body, and your true yuan will be completely transformed into heavenly devil energy. You will be at least 10 times stronger than your opponent at the same cultivation level, or even dozens of times stronger. Ling Xiao was an alchemist. That's why he knew all this. Of course, the heavenly devil essence is even more valuable than the heavenly devil herb. The heavenly devil essence is formed from the heavenly devil's inner core. It has the same effect as the heavenly devil herb, but it's 100 times stronger. This is great. Looks like we've really found some precious treasures this time. We didn't come here in vain. When Zi Qinya heard what Ling Xiao said, he couldn't help but become excited. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect someone to be here before us, but we'll take both the heavenly devil essence and the heavenly devil herb. Suddenly, a wild laughter sounded out from another direction. 20 men appeared at the same time. The 2 men leading the group were Bai Tianyu and Lu Yi, the men Ling Xiao, and the others had seen before. Both men had broken through to the late 6th divine core realm at the same time. It looked like their cultivation method wasn't ordinary as well. Bai Tianyu, Lu Yi, do you think Zi Qinya, am not here? Zi Qinya said with a cold voice. Little girl, if you don't want to die, bring your 2 brothers and get the hell out of here. Everything here belongs to us. Bai Tianyu glared at Zi Qinya. He was much older than Zi Qinya. In fact, he was already 100 years old. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with calling Zi Qinya a little girl. What a joke. You, Bai Tianyu, are just a mortal core warrior. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Now that Zi Qianya's strength had increased greatly, he was looking for someone to spar with. The Blood Sun Kingdoms, Bai Tianyu had given her a lot of trouble. This was because the Purple Spirit Kingdom and the Blood Sun Kingdom were neighbors. Bai Tianyu was also the great general of the Blood Sun small country, and often led his army to invade. It gave her a headache. Now that her strength had skyrocketed, she really wanted to vent all the grievances she had suffered all these years. Zi Qinya, I heard that you were captured by Gu Fenghua. Although I don't know how you managed to get the information out of her, I don't know. However, since he had already escaped, he should cherish his life and not cause trouble for no reason. You're just an early 6th divine core warrior. Even if you have the blood sovereign armor, you won't be a match for us if we join forces. Lu Yi also spoke up. They did not put Zilong and Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. A bunch of idiots. All you know is nonsense. I think the ones who should scram are you. Zilong couldn't help but scold. Buddy, you're Zi Qinya's younger brother, right? How dare you scold us? Fine, you don't have to scram. Just prepare to die. A cold expression emerged in Bai Tianyu's eyes. Die? Brother Ling Xiao, did you hear that? He said he wants to kill us. Zilong sneered. How dare a few pieces of trash act so arrogantly in front of us? You guys don't know what's good for you. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to scram. If you don't even think about leaving. Ling Xiao's temper was even worse than Zilong and Zi Qinya's, especially when these people kept saying that they wanted to kill him. He would never pretend that he didn't hear anything. Did you hear that? Brother Ling, Xiao asked you to scram within 10 breaths of time. Zilong mocked. Buddy, I think I've heard of your name before. You're Zi Qinya's younger brother, right? I think you've also robbed the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor's treasure. Looks like we're going to be lucky today. Bai Tianyu looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister smile. The things that Gu Fenghua can't get will belong to us. Even Zi Qinya won't be able to protect you today. Just wait for your death. After saying that, a demonic figure appeared behind Bai Tianyu. This guy's martial soul was indeed a little strange. It was emitting a dense demonic aura. I was wondering who you were. So, you're the bastards left behind by the heavenly demons. No wonder you're so arrogant. Ling Xiao saw the truth from the martial soul. Since you've seen through us, then all the more reason for you to die here today. We're the legendary human demons. The descendants of the heavenly demons possess the noble bloodline of the heavenly demons. You humans will die at our hands sooner or later. The heavenly demons haven't come to the mystic world for 100,000 years. But you just have to wait. One day, they will come. At that time, you lowly humans will become the slaves of the heavenly demons. Bai Tianyu seemed very proud when he mentioned the heavenly demons. Is your mother also a heavenly demon? Ling Xiao asked curiously. My mother? She's just a lowly reproductive tool. There's no need to talk about it. Bai Tianyu said in disdain. You bastard, you're simply a scum. Not only did you forget your human bloodline, you even humiliated your own mother. It seems that if I don't kill you today, I won't be able to sleep well. Ling Xiao hated people who forgot their ancestors the most, especially those who dared to humiliate his own mother. Reproductive tool? Scum. He's simply a scum. White Bear, that little guy called you a scum. Lu Yi laughed. Humph, kid, do you have the guts to report your sect and family? I dare to guarantee that after you die, they'll definitely go down to accompany you in death. Bai Tianyu snorted coldly. He was obviously furious. Boom. Suddenly, Bai Tianyu stomped on the ground. A crack appeared on the ground. Then, he threw a terrifying punch at Ling Xiao. Behind him, the strange demonic figure actually cracked open its mouth and revealed a sinister smile. Brother Ling Xiao, be careful. These human demons aren't easy to deal with. Zilong reminded. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but he didn't know how strong he was. After all, Ling Xiao didn't tell him about what happened in the Purple Mansion royal capital. Therefore, he wasn't too sure. If he really saw how Ling Xiao beat Gu Fenghua half to death, he probably wouldn't be worried anymore. This Bai Tianyu was nothing in front of Ling Xiao. Desolate ancient demonic fist. Bai Tianyu's body seemed to be wrapped by the shadow of a heavenly demon. The fist that he threw out was also like the fist of a heavenly demon. His figure was similar to the way a heavenly demon moved. The strangest thing was that his battle intent actually contained the will of a heavenly demon. As expected, it was the bloodline left behind by a heavenly demon. Chapter 3870. Too slow. You're too weak. Facing Bai Tianyu's attack, Ling Xiao didn't even have any interest in fighting. He casually pointed his finger forward. A sharp sword energy pierced through the air. Not good. Bai Tianyu was startled, and he immediately circulated the energy in his body. Movement of the devil's shadow. He gave up on attacking and used all his energy to dodge the attack. In an instant, wisps of black smoke emerged from his body. He had actually entered the devilized state. His combat strength had skyrocketed, and he had almost reached the level of an early 7th Divine Core warrior. This surprised Ling Xiao. But his finger attack wasn't something that could be dodged by anyone. Bai Tianyu had entered the devilized state too late. His shoulder blade was still pierced through by the sword energy. The pain caused him to scream out in agony. How is this possible? Bai Tianyu, be serious. He's just a little bastard, and you've already used the movement of the devil's shadow and the devilized state. Lu Yi furrowed his brows and shouted out, What do you know? This guy is very strange. Everyone enter the devilized state. Kill these guys. Bai Tianyu roared out while healing his wounds. After just one fight, he knew that Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. All right. Lu Yi immediately entered the devilized state as well. He looked at Ziqianya with an indifferent expression and said, Little girl, you have one last chance. Either get the hell out of here or die. Why do I feel like you're panicking? Ziqianya mocked. Let me tell you something. Ling Xiao is stronger than me. Bai Tianyu has offended him today, and he's dead for sure. Zilong, you deal with the rest of them. I'll handle this guy. With the Blood Sovereign armor, Zilong's combat strength could reach the early 5th Divine Core realm. Apart from Bai Tianyu and Lu Yi, the strongest among them was only an early 5th Divine Core warrior. The rest of them were all at the fourth divine core realm. Therefore, although it was a bit difficult for Zilong, it wasn't impossible. Don't worry, big sister, I'm no longer the old me. Along the way, not only had Zilong improved his cultivation, he had also improved his combat skills. Tempering himself in the midst of life and death had greatly improved his strength. That's great. Trenya smiled and released his martial soul. It was also a purple dragon. However, his aura was clearly much stronger than the purple dragon's. Her hands had turned into sharp dragon claws. The sharp light made Lu Yi frown again and again. Fine, fine, fine. Little girl, since you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and insist on seeking death, don't blame me then. Lu Yi snorted and leaped towards Zi Qianyi. After demonizing, his combat strength was equivalent to an ordinary early 7th Divine Core warrior. Although he wasn't as strong as Zi Qianyi, he was more adept at controlling his strength. After all, it hadn't been long since Zi Qianyi had reached this level of strength. It would probably take a long time for him to get used to it. Human demons had always been cruel and bloodthirsty. Killing was nothing to them. Under the temptation of those treasures, their true ferocity erupted. All of them charged towards the purple dragon. Lu Yi charged towards Zi Qianyi. His first move was a killing move. Little girl, we fought 3 years ago. At that time, you lost miserably. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Don't tell me that after 3 years, you're already my match? While defending against Lu Ye's attack, Zi Qianyi was also familiarizing himself with his strength. His sharp dragon claws were grabbing towards Lu Ye's head. He was going to leave a bloody hole in Lu Ye's head. Soon, you'll know how much I've improved. What a joke. Lu Ye's hands changed as well. They turned into pitch black devil claws and clashed with Zi Qianyi's dragon claws. The devil claws were pitch black, and they were emitting a gloomy aura. It gave people the feeling that they were made for killing. Clang! The devil claws and dragon claws clashed in the air, producing a loud metal clashing sound. Blood devil seal. Zi Qianyi let out a cold snort. After taking a few steps back, he struck out with his dragon claws. The frightening blood devil seal was unleashed, and it smashed towards Lu Ye's head. Devil Eye. At this critical moment, a devil eye suddenly grew out from Lu Ye's forehead. The devil eye unleashed a sharp red beam and hit the celestial devil seal. Their attacks collided once again. Then they shattered. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched in both attacks. On the other side, Bai Tianyu launched another attack. His devil claws clawed out continuously, forming claw shadows that filled the sky. His terrifying speed coupled with his terrifying attack power. In addition, he had a pair of powerful devil wings. Ling Xiao was forced to retreat step by step. Bai Tianyu finally revealed a look of excitement. However, Zilong and Zi Qianyi were not worried at all, because Ling Xiao had yet to transform. Both of them knew very well that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was the most terrifying when he transformed. However, even without transforming, Ling Xiao was able to block all of Bai Tianyu's attacks with the Blood Supreme Sword. Ling Xiao was purposely squeezing out his potential. The sense of danger would only be stronger if he fought without transforming. In this way, his potential would erupt faster. More importantly, Bai Tianyu was not worthy of his transformation. Bai Tianyu's devilization did cause his combat strength to skyrocket, but his speed was still slower than Jiang Chen's Falling Plum, Clear Shadow Steps, and Cosmic Body. Why is this guy so fast? After a series of storm-like attacks, Bai Tianyu suddenly stopped. Kid, I've really underestimated you. You don't look like much, but you actually possess such terrifying strength. But did you know? A completely devilized human devil is extremely terrifying. I can give my everything to a heavenly devil. Bai Tianyu sneered. Then his body started transforming again. Originally, he still looked like a human. But in just a short moment, his skin had turned black. His arms and legs had turned into the hands and feet of a heavenly devil. Even his face had turned into a malevolent sheep-bodied demon. He no longer looked like a human. Of course, what replaced it was a terrifying strength. Mid-seventh divine core realm, Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He could sense that Bai Tianyu's soul had turned completely black. He had given his everything to a heavenly devil. Under such circumstances, his combat strength would skyrocket. But after the battle, his combat strength would drop drastically, and he would be severely injured. This was the price he had to pay. It was similar to Ling Xiao's sanguine rat devil. They were both devils, and they felt the same. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, this feeling is great. This is great. Kid, in less than 3 minutes, Daddy will eat you alive. Die, kid. Suddenly, his body trembled in midair. Then he was blasted away like a cannonball. His speed had reached an extreme. A pair of devil claws grabbed toward Ling Xiao's head. And, so fast, Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. A completely devilized human was indeed powerful. 10 swords merge. In an instant, 10 bright sword beams shot out from Ling Xiao's hand. Then they merged into one. He shot out. Chapter 3871. It's useless. Bai Tianyu sneered and shattered the sword light with his terrifying claws. Then he landed a heavy blow on Ling Xiao's body. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Ling Xiao took a few steps back. However, he was not injured. Your defense is quite strong. You can defend against it once, but can you defend against it a second time? Whoosh! A black shadow flew out from behind Bai Tianyu. It was actually a tail. It entangled Ling Xiao. It did not give Ling Xiao any chance to dodge. Let's see how you dodge. Go to hell. Bloodthirsty demon fist. The terrifying fist landed on Ling Xiao's body. It was like a storm. On the other side, Lu Yi sneered. Zi Qinya, did you see that? Your godbrother is done for. I told you that Bai Tianyu is stronger than me. Among us, he is the only one who can completely transform into a demon. That little guy is dead, for sure. Zi Qinya sneered. A frog at the bottom of a well. You always think that you know more than others, but you don't know that you can only see a small part of the sky. As soon as Zi Qinya finished speaking, Bai Tianyu's attack had also ended. Over 100 punches landed solidly on Ling Xiao's body. All the human demons thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. However, the smoke and dust dissipated. Only a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. You really disappoint me. Such an attack can't even increase the energy in my cultivation C by 10%. It seems that my anticipation was in vain. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Blood lightning bull demon, beast soul transformation. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. In an instant, before Bai Tianyu could even see what had happened, he was sent flying. What's going on? You're a beast god. Bai Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Just the power of this attack was more terrifying than his hundreds of attacks. Bai Tianyu's face turned ugly. Didn't I tell you? I was just playing with you. If I had fun, I might have spared your life. But you let me down too much. Ling Xiao sneered in his beast soul transformation state. Plum blossom acupuncture hand. Whoosh! Pa! Streams of light shot out from his fingertips. It pierced through Bai Tianyu's body. As for Bai Tianyu, he stood there, unable to move. Although he could still move his eyeballs and speak, he couldn't use his true essence. He couldn't move his body. It was simply a situation where they were at the mercy of others. How could he lose? This scene gave Lu Yi a fright, and he was somewhat distracted. In the end, Zi Qinya seized the opportunity and sent him flying hundreds of feet away with a palm strike. He coughed up blood. Retreat! All of you retreat! Lu Yi turned around and fled. He completely ignored Bai Tianyu. That was because he knew that if he ran a little slower, he wouldn't even have a chance to survive. At this time, Zilong had also killed 3 people. The rest fled with Lu Yi. Only Bai Tianyu was immobilized by Ling Zhao's plum blossom acupuncture hand. Don't be so afraid. I won't kill you. A living Bai Tianyu is more useful to me than a dead Bai Tianyu. Ling Zhao looked at Bai Tianyu and smiled faintly. What are you trying to do? Bai Tianyu asked. Submit to me. Ling Zhao said coldly. Submit to you? You're just a nobody. What right do you have to make me submit to you? Bai Tianyu said in disdain. I thought you were still useful, but you're actually so blind. Since that's the case, die. Ling Zhao sneered and swung the blood supreme sword, directly chopping off Bai Tianyu's head. Bai Tianyu regretted it the moment he died. Originally, he just wanted to show off his firm will and ask for more negotiation terms for himself. But he didn't expect that Ling Zhao wouldn't even negotiate with him. He actually killed him with a single strike. It was too late for regrets. Collect the heavenly demon herbs. Ling Zhao ordered Zi Qinya and Zilong. The 2 of them hurriedly went to pluck the heavenly demon herbs from the heavenly demon bones. There was a total of 64 sticks, and all of them were handed over to Ling Zhao. With these things, I believe our strength will skyrocket. As for the heavenly demon bones, I'll take them. Ling Zhao waved his hand, and the heavenly demon bones were directly trapped in the mountain river world. Next, let's cultivate here. Cultivating and fighting at the same time is more beneficial to the absorption of the heavenly demon herbs. Help me guard while I refine the heavenly demon herbs into heavenly demon pills. This way, the medicinal effect will be better. With that, Ling Zhao sat down cross-legged. Refining pills required concentration. A powerful immortal fire bloomed from Ling Zhao's hands. 64 heavenly demon herbs and more than 1,000 supplementary herbs danced in the flames, constantly refining, constantly changing. After a full 3 hours, the supplementary herbs and heavenly demon herbs were completely removed and replaced with 64 heavenly demon pills. All right, each of you take 1 heavenly demon pill. Just this 1 pill alone is probably enough for Zilong to break through again. And it's very likely that he'll cultivate the heavenly demon battle physique. Although Sister Qinya can't break through with your aptitude, it's also very likely that you'll cultivate the heavenly demon battle physique. After speaking, Ling Zhao gave the heavenly demon pills to the 2 of them. Then he began to cultivate himself. However, what he used for cultivation was not the heavenly demon pills. It was the heavenly demon bones. The heavenly demon bones contained the heavenly demon essence. Together, not only could it improve Ling Zhao's black tortoise divine physique again, and it was very likely that he'd cultivate the heavenly demon bone. The so-called heavenly demon bone was just a name. It was a layer of black bone attached to the surface of the body. Like a close-fitting armor, it could greatly increase a martial artist's defense. Ling Zhao's current physical strength had reached high-level 6th Order Emperor with the help of the black tortoise divine physique. But it was not enough, because this strength was still vulnerable against Gu Fenghua. So he had to strengthen it. He closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy of the heavenly demon bones. This terrifying energy poured into his meridians like a torrential river. It poured into his body. On one hand, it was frantically tempering his physical body. On the other hand, it continued to strengthen every cell of his. This energy is indeed terrifying. Just feeling it for a while, Ling Xiao was very surprised. This amount of energy was definitely enough for him to strengthen his physical body a few times. It might even allow his cultivation to break through. The energy in the heavenly demon bones was divided into 3 parts. One part was tempering the physical body, one part was strengthening the cells and turning them into potential, one part flowed into the cultivation sea. With the 3-pronged approach, the effect was simply violent. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed, a day passed. Ling Xiao was still immersed in cultivation. Zilong and Ziqinya were also refining the heavenly demon pills. At this time, on a tree a mile away from them, Lu Yi and the others looked over viciously, revealing greedy and angry expressions. Chapter 3872. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Gu Fenghua, who had always harbored resentment, had finally recovered from his injuries. He had recovered even earlier than Ling Xiao had predicted. He stood coldly on the tallest pavilion in the Purple Mansion royal capital, looking in the direction of Purple Spirit Capital. The shadow of that failure still shrouded his heart. If he could not kill Ling Xiao, he would probably never be able to recover from this shadow in this lifetime. He could only live in incomparable pain and torment. It would even have an immeasurable and terrifying impact on his martial path. His cultivation might stagnate from then on. So Ling Xiao was his inner demon, a demon that had to be eliminated. Chun Yu immediately lead the Purple Mansion army and besiege Purple Spirit Capital. I want to use Ling Xiao's blood to wash away my humiliation. Suddenly, Gu Fenghua said to Chun Yu, "Yes, sir." Chun Yu naturally did not dare to disobey Gu Fenghua's orders. Gu Fenghua had suffered a loss at the hands of Ling Xiao, but in the end, he had underestimated his opponent. An existence at the peak of the Earth Core realm was definitely not someone a golden core realm warrior like Ling Xiao could contend against. So, he still chose Gu Fenghua. Moreover, Gu Fenghua was backed by the Dongsheng Strong Country. Even if Ling Xiao was really heaven-defying and killed Gu Fenghua facing the terrifying Dongsheng Strong Country, wasn't there still no chance of victory? The Purple Mansion army was quickly assembled, with Gu Fenghua in the lead. Chun Yu, the Purple Mansion Marshal, the Purple Mansion Academy Principal, and the only remaining General, Pan Feng, followed by his left and right. They marched towards the Purple Spirit Capital City in a grandiose fashion. This Purple Mansion army only had 1 million people, but they were all elites of the elites. Their speed was relatively fast. As for the main group, they were still following behind. The total number was over 10 million. Gu Fenghua not only wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but also wanted to destroy Purple Spirit Country. Make this country completely disappear from the map. Only this could relieve the depression and pain in his heart. The vanguard advanced for 10 miles before Gu Fenghua suddenly ordered the army to stop. They stared blankly at a huge white eagle in the sky. A woman sat gently on the white eagle. She was a fairy who could captivate and bewitch all living beings. She wore a light blue gown. Her elegant temperament made her seem like an otherworldly woman. That peerlessly beautiful face seemed to have been drawn by an immortal, although he did not release any aura. However, that graceful and noble temperament was definitely not something that ordinary women could compare with. Gu Fenghua thought of her junior sister, Qing Mo Xue, although it might be disrespectful to the dead. However, Qin Ma Xue was the disciple of the Dong Sheng Strong country's emperor. She was also from a noble family. In front of this woman, she was as vulgar as a village girl. He no longer had that transcendent feeling of an immortal. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Fenghua was a relatively clear-headed person. What emerged in his heart was not admiration, but fear. Such a woman could only be nurtured by top forces like the Golden Heavenly Nation and the Eternal Palace. Moreover, even the women from the Golden Heavenly Nation and the Eternal Life Palace did not have the unique temperament of this woman. Suddenly, the white eagle swooped down. It set off a terrifying gust of wind. He blew so hard that everyone couldn't stand still. But no one dared to complain. As expected, a beautiful woman was always easy to forgive. Gu Fenghua hurriedly jumped off the battle beast. He knelt on one knee and said, "I didn't know that an esteemed guest had arrived. Please forgive me. I am the prince of the Dong Sheng Strong country, Gu Fenghua. Greetings, esteemed guest. May I know the purpose of your visit?" When he asked this question, he was trembling with fear, afraid of offending this woman. Although this woman was as transcendent as an immortal, as if she was not a woman of the mortal world. But he was very clear. In the mystic world, experts seem to be neither angry nor angry, but in the blink of an eye, they could turn an entire army into ashes. If he offended this woman, he would probably become a corpse in an instant. At this moment, the experts behind him also came to their senses. They all jumped off their puppet battle beasts and knelt down to this woman. They did not have Gu Fenghua's eyesight, but they knew that this woman was extraordinary. Perhaps she was one of those terrifying existences that could not be profaned. Even if they had evil intentions, they could not show it. No need to be so polite. Rise. The woman's voice was indifferent and gentle, as if she was talking to her own people. However, there was a hint of arrogance in her indifference. "Thank you, esteemed guest." Gu Fenghua stood up, trembling with fear, but did not dare to raise her head to look at this woman. It was as if one would be completely immersed in her with just a glance. "I'm looking for someone." The woman said indifferently, "Looking for someone? What kind of person could cause such a transcendent being to look for him? It must be a super existence of the same level." Gu Fenghua thought to herself, "The person I'm looking for is called Ling Xiao. He seems to be in Zifu Kingdom." The woman was Yu Fenghua. After going to Meng Village, she heard that Ling Xiao had arrived in Ziling Kingdom, so she went to Ziling capital city. However, although the people there were afraid of her, they all said that Ling Xiao was not there. So she could only go to Zifu Kingdom to look for him. On the way, she met this group of people. It was a good opportunity to ask. In fact, she did not know that the people in Ziling capital city did not tell her the truth in order to protect Ling Xiao. After all, no one knew that she was Ling Xiao's lover. At this moment, Gu Fenghua's head seemed to explode. Ling Xiao. How could it be Ling Xiao? Could it be that they just have the same name? He absolutely could not admit that this woman was looking for Ling Xiao. That nobody. He could not accept it. "Esteemed guest, what does Ling Xiao look like? Can you describe him?" Gu Fenghua asked carefully. Yu Fenghua simply took out Ling Xiao's portrait. This portrait was extremely realistic, and it was 90% similar to Ling Xiao. Seeing the portrait, Gu Fenghua was in complete despair. She was actually looking for that nobody. Why? He was the prince of Dongsheng Kingdom, but he could not compare to a tiny Ling Xiao. He really could not accept it. The others were also very surprised, but they all shut their mouths and did not say anything. What kind of joke was this? They had all besieged Ling Xiao before. If this woman knew, wouldn't they be dead? Gu Fenghua pretended to look carefully, for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, although I really want to find this person for you. However, this person really did not appear before. There are many people with the same name, but unfortunately, it's not him." "Oh, right, I've heard of this person, but he's not in Zifu Kingdom. He went to the Savage Beast region." Chinyu suddenly spoke up. Savage Beast region? Yu Fanghua was stunned. She suddenly remembered something that Haim Myung-ko told her. Ling Zhao's friends were taken away by the beasts in the Savage Beast region. They might really have gone to that place. After all, the Golden Sky region and the Savage Beast region bordered each other. It was much easier to reach the Savage Beast region from here than the Eternal Emperor region. Looks like I can only make a trip to the Savage Beast region. No matter what, knowing that he's not dead is a good thing. Yu Fanghua thought to herself. Chapter 3873. Yu Fanghua had mixed feelings. She was happy that someone had seen Ling Zhao. She was worried that there were no more clues. Suddenly, she sensed something fishy, even though it was just a fleeting change in his eyes. But she still managed to catch it. This person is lying. Yu Fanghua was not the kind of naive White Lotus. She had adapted to the outside world in the training she received in the Eternal Palace. She had seen many different kinds of people. Her masters had also told her many things about the outside world. Although she knew that the other party was lying, Yu Fanghua still remained calm. She gently touched the white eagle's feathers and then flew away. In an instant, she disappeared into the sky. The moment Yu Fanghua left, Gu Fenghua directly collapsed to the ground. It was too terrifying. It was the first time he had such a terrifying feeling. Even when facing his master, the Dongsheng Emperor, he would not be like this. How terrifying was this woman? His heart was filled with fear. But young master, who is this woman? She gives people so much pressure. Could it be the one from the Eternal Palace? Chinyu couldn't help but ask. It shouldn't be. I remember that the one from the Eternal Palace is under house arrest. Look at the white eagle she rode. It's really extraordinary. I suspect that she might be from the heaven's sacred land of the 9-star realm. Gu Fenghua thought for a while and said, "Heaven's sacred land. That's not easy. The people from the heaven's sacred land are the most protective, although they claim to be holy, and just the people there are the most untouchable. And the overall strength of the heaven's sacred land is probably much stronger than our golden heavens. They are even stronger than the sky demon ghost region that our golden heavens has allied with." Chunyu said in horror. Whether it was the heaven's sacred land or the sky demon ghost region, they were both part of the 9-star realm. They were definitely a big force that could be on par with the 4 major regions. Seeing Yu Fanghua like that, it was no wonder that they would think of these 2 big forces. But Ling Zhao, that guy, what right does he have? What right does he have to be favored by such a woman? Gu Fenghua felt very unbalanced in his heart. He had always been obsessed with martial arts. He believed that he would never be affected by a woman. He even treated his junior sister, Qing Ma Xue, as a plaything. However, this woman had thrown his emotions into chaos. Amidst the fear, there was also an indescribable longing. When he saw the woman leave, he heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt very uncomfortable. It was as if something had been snatched away. If only junior sister was still alive. She liked to flip through those strange books. He must know the breed of the white eagle that the woman was riding. From this, he could deduce the woman's identity. It was a pity. It's all because of that Ling Zhao. Gu Fenghua felt that her hatred for Ling Zhao had increased by another level. That was taking away someone's love. He felt that the thing he liked had been taken away by someone else. But he didn't want to admit that Yu Fanghua didn't even look at him. However, He had known Ling Xiao for a long time. No matter what, young master, we've finally resolved a crisis this time. No matter who that woman is, she's a terrifying existence. If she meets Ling Xiao, we'll be in big trouble. Chunyu felt that he had done very well. He had tricked that woman into going to the savage beast region. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, this lie would never be exposed. Therefore, he wasn't afraid. Yes, you did well. Gu Fenghua was very happy with Chunyu's wit. Army, continue forward. Now, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao even more. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to bear the fact that such a beautiful woman had been snatched away by Ling Xiao. Little did he know that their conversation was completely heard by Yu Fenghua and by Shui. Sister, I'll go kill them. How dare they lie to you? Bai Shui had a bad temper. After all, she was a demon and was very bloodthirsty. She really wanted to wipe out the million-strong army right now. There's no hurry. This is something that Ling Xiao has to deal with himself. We'll just follow him. As for Ling Xiao, if there's no danger to his life, we definitely can't interfere with his battle. Otherwise, he won't be happy. Yu Fenghua had known Ling Xiao for a long time. She also felt that it was strange that she seemed to have known Ling Xiao in her previous life. Very familiar. So troublesome. But this is the so-called training, right? If we help Ling Xiao, will we deprive him of a chance to gain experience? Bai Shui said. But sister, I think you won't be able to bear it. How can you not do something when you see the man you love suffer? That's true. If those people dare to hurt Ling Xiao, I'll let them all die in Violet Spirit Capital. Let's go follow them. Yu Fenghua wasn't a good girl, nor was she a saint. For the man she loved, she would do anything. In the Heavenly Devil Ruins, the place where Ling Xiao, Zilong, and Ziqinya were cultivating was suddenly filled with many frightening demon beasts. The strongest of them all was at the mid-7th Divine Core realm. Zilong was the first to finish his cultivation. He glanced at Ziqinya and Ling Xiao. Both of them were still focused on their cultivation. Why are there so many demon beasts here all of a sudden? They must have been lured here by someone. Zilong thought about Lu Yi and the others who had escaped. Killing intent emerged in his mind. Once I'm done with these demon beasts, I'll kill you all. A violent fighting intent emerged in his eyes. Right now, his cultivation had reached the early 5th Divine Core realm. Together with the Blood Sovereign armor, he could unleash the combat strength of an early 6th Divine Core warrior. Although he was still far weaker than his sister, Ziqinya, and his brother, Ling Xiao. But the speed at which his cultivation was increasing was still shocking to many. Come, you evil creatures. A bloody battle had begun. Zilong's crazy battle lasted for 2 hours. Demon beasts were all over the place, but he was severely injured as well. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. Both of his legs had been bitten off by demon beasts. He had lost an arm as well. His body was badly damaged. There were too many demon beasts, and they were too strong. It wasn't easy for him to survive until now. Damn it, am I still too weak? Zilong was not convinced. When it was his turn to protect his sister and brother, he couldn't do it. This was really depressing. Xiaolong, you've done well. Next, it's your sister's turn. Right at this moment, Ziqinya's voice sounded out. She was the second to finish her cultivation. Although her cultivation hadn't broken through, but her combat strength was much stronger than before. She had also cultivated the Heavenly Devil combat body. When the frightening aura was unleashed, even the mid-7th Divine Core demon beasts were scared and backed off. How dare you hurt my brother? Die! Ziqinya leapt towards the demon beasts. She looked like a purple divine dragon. The frightening dragon claws instantly ripped two early 7th Divine Core demon beasts apart. It was an instant kill. Such frightening combat strength had stunned Lu Yi and the others who were hiding in the dark. Chapter 3874. Zi Qinya was fighting the three mid-7th Divine Core demon beasts. Although she wasn't in a disadvantageous position, it wasn't easy to defeat them in a short period of time. When Lu Yi saw this, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. This is our only chance. That young man is severely injured, the other one is cultivating, and the woman is fighting the three demon beasts. As long as we kill those two men and get their heavenly devil cores and inner cores, we'll be rich." All the demon beasts nodded their heads. Greed could be seen in their eyes. There was a total of 18 demon beasts, and they quietly approached Zilong. Right now, Zilong was severely injured, and he couldn't move. Therefore, they decided to kill Zilong first. When Zi Qinya saw this, he anxiously rushed back. But the three demon beasts were extremely powerful, and they were able to stop him. Of course, these demon beasts didn't want to help Lu Yi. They just felt that Zi Qinya was the biggest threat to them. Only by killing Zi Qinya would they be able to take care of the rest. Zi Qinya, so what if you're strong? Just sit back and watch your other brother get killed by us. Lu Yi laughed out proudly. He had been hiding in the forest for nearly half a month, and he had endured for so long, all for this day. Now, his chance had finally arrived. How could he not be happy? Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion sounded out. Lu Ye's laughter stopped abruptly. The three mid-7th Divine Core demon beasts were so scared that they stopped attacking. Everyone turned to look at the same direction. Ling Zhao's body was shrouded by a huge heavenly demon. It looked exactly the same as the heavenly devil's skeleton. This was the effect of the black tortoise divine body after fusing with the heavenly devil marrow and heavenly devil bone. Heavenly devil black tortoise. One was an ancient divine beast, and the other was an extraterritorial heavenly devil. Both were legendary items, and now they had fused with Ling Zhao's body. A terrifying aura was spreading out in the air. The aura was extremely powerful. It was so powerful that Lu Yi and his men couldn't move at all. The three demon beasts let out furious roars. Then they turned around and fled. "How dare you run? I'll kill you all." Ling Zhao's voice was cold and frightening. The three demonic beasts were so frightened that they stopped abruptly. One was a demonic dragon bull with dragon claws. The other was a demonic 7-colored bird with rainbow wings. And the last was a giant demonic elephant with terrifying power. "Very good. Kill those people for me." Ling Zhao coldly looked at the three magical beasts and gave the order. The three magical beasts charged towards Lu Yi and the others without hesitation. Lu Yi and the others didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy before they were killed by the three magical beasts. "From today onwards, the three of you will listen to my orders. Guard the heavenly devil ruins." As Ling Zhao spoke, he activated his 4-leaf demonic eyes, and a strange demonic light entered the bodies of the three demonic beasts. This caused the three demonic beasts to lie on the ground and bow their heads in obedience. Very good. After subduing the three magical beasts, Ling Zhao fed a healing pill to the purple dragon. He smiled and said, "See, you still protected me and your sister. Although it was only an hour, it was the most crucial moment for us. Let's go back. Next, it should be the decisive battle between us and Gu Fenghua." "Have you broken through?" Zi Qinya asked. "Guess." Ling Zhao smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he lifted his foot and walked outside. When they arrived, they were warmly received by all kinds of magical beasts. However, when they left, none of the magical beasts dared to show up. It wasn't because of the three magical beasts. It was mainly because the aura of the heavenly devil skeleton that Ling Xiao released had intimidated all the magical beasts here. Why didn't you just bring those 3 magical beasts out? That would be so cool. After the purple dragon consumed the healing pill, its body quickly recovered, and it asked excitedly, "Do you want to summon all the people from the Dongsheng Strong country? I'm going to pretend to be dead after killing Gu Fenghua. This way, the small purple spirit country will be safe. But if those 3 magical beasts are here, the Dongsheng Strong country will definitely make a move." Ling Xiao thought of a way out. If he killed Gu Fenghua, he would definitely be hunted down by the Dongsheng Strong country. It would be better to pretend to die together with Gu Fenghua. This way, without the main culprit, the Dongsheng Strong country would stabilize the situation in the small purple spirit country and even the large purple kingdom. They would definitely choose to appease Ziqinya. At that time, Ziqinya would just pretend to surrender. This way, the Purple Kingdom would become a stable cultivation ground for the Heavenly Dynasty to enter the 4 major regions. Even the Heavenly Devil Ruin was left by Ling Xiao for the Heavenly Dynasty's martial artists. The cultivation effect inside was no worse than the bloodthirsty battlefield. Anyway, he knew the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation technique. Even if he pretended to be dead, the Dongsheng Strong country wouldn't notice. Of course, this wasn't forever. When he was strong enough, he would naturally return. At that time, not only would the Purple Kingdom become the Heavenly Dynasty's territory, even the entire Dongsheng Strong country would be the same. In order to pretend to be dead, he had to win this battle. Otherwise, he would really die. When Ling Xiao and the other 2 left the Heavenly Devil Ruin, the 1 million soldiers of the Purple Mansion Army had already arrived at the small purple spirit country and surrounded the capital city. "Ling Xiao, if you don't come out, I will destroy the capital city of Purple Spirit and the small purple spirit country today. Not a single person will be left alive. I will let you bear the heavy sin. Let's see how you continue on the path of martial arts." Gu Fenghua couldn't wait to soar into the sky and roar in the direction of the capital city. "No need to be so troublesome. Don't you want to kill me? I'm coming out." Ling Xiao handed the capital city of Purple Spirit to Ziqinya and Zilong. Then he directly flew out of the Vajra Dragon trapping formation. "You dare to come out. This time, no matter what, I won't let you escape." Limitless blade formation. Gu Fenghua roared and waved the sky-chopping blade in his hand. In the sky, a huge blade formation appeared. It wrapped the 2 of them inside. Ling Xiao could feel it. This limitless blade formation was even more terrifying than his martial spirit barrier. Although their attributes were similar, they could only be broken by killing the opponent. However, the limitless blade formation could be used to attack. The martial spirit barrier couldn't. This is a 7th level Emperor grade martial skill. "Kid, you've probably never seen it before." Gu Fenghua looked at Ling Xiao mockingly and said, "Do you really think you can defeat me after seriously injuring me and then running away? The only thing you're relying on is the Crimson Lightning God. Last time, I was careless. But this time, all of your lightning attacks will be useless against me." In these 10 days, Gu Fenghua not only recovered from his injuries, but also returned to the Dongsheng Imperial Court and borrowed a treasure. It's called the Mystic Lightning Armor. This Mystic Lightning Armor only has one effect, and that is to block lightning attacks. The reason Gu Fenghua took such a treasure was to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's Blood Thunder God's attack was too terrifying. Even he had to be careful. Now that he had the Mystic Lightning Armor, Ling Xiao's move was equivalent to being useless. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao had any other methods to deal with him. Chapter 3875. Isn't it satisfying to use a 7th-level Emperor-class martial skill? No matter how strong your Fiend God seal is, it's only a 6th-level Emperor-class martial skill. It's far from a 7th-level Emperor-class martial skill. I can turn you into minced meat with a wave of my hand. You believe me? She trapped Ling Xiao and made Ling Xiao's Crimson Thunder God lose its effect with the Mystic Thunder armor. Gu Fenghua's confidence was restored again. There were 2 figures in the sky in the distance. They were wrapped in a mass of energy. No one could see them. They couldn't sense them. Sister, aren't you going to help? Your man is talented, but Gu Fenghua has a master to guide her. I'm afraid the limitless saber formation won't be able to resist her. Bai Shui looked at Yu Fenghua and said. Yu Fenghua's eyes showed a hint of anxiety, but in the end, she shook her head and said, I believe him. Look at his face. There's no anxiety or fear. He should have a way to solve it. She didn't want to interfere with Ling Xiao's battle. She didn't even want to meet Ling Xiao now. After all, meeting him now would only harm Ling Xiao. She believed that the people of the Eternal Palace were looking for her. It was only a matter of time before they found her. So the best thing she could do was to watch her man from afar. She just needed to watch him. In fact, it was just as Yu Fenghua said. Although the limitless saber formation was terrifying, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. After his Fiend God seal merged with the innate Fiend God Sword Soul, it turned into the innate Fiend God seal. It was also a 7th-level Emperor-class martial skill. Since you're so sure that you can kill me, why don't you do it now? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. I know. You're afraid. You're afraid that I have other trump cards. Besides, I've heard about them. The Mystic Thunder armor can block lightning damage, but it has 0 defense against physical attacks. In other words, as long as I don't use the Crimson Thunder God, I can deal with you however I want. Gu Fenghua frowned. He wanted to scare Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that someone would see through the weakness of the profound thunder armor with a single glance. So what? I don't fear your other attacks at all. Gu Fenghua said coldly. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. I met a woman before. Gu Fenghua felt that Ling Xiao was completely flawless, and she wondered what trump cards he had. If he wanted to attack, he had to first make the other party reveal an opening. He suddenly thought of the woman from before. She was sure that it was a woman related to Ling Xiao. Thus, he came up with a plan. What does it have to do with me that you met a woman? Ling Xiao was a little curious. That woman looks like a fairy. One look, and you can tell that she comes from a top force. Right, although I don't know her name. She said that she was looking for a man named Ling Xiao. He also showed me a portrait of the man. It's you in the portrait. Gu Fenghua sneered and said, You know that I hate you to the bone. So when I saw that portrait, I flew into a rage. I directly killed that woman. Speaking of which, it's strange. That woman's aura is very terrifying, but she seems to be injured. She's actually not as strong as I am. At this point, he secretly peeked at Ling Xiao's expression. He saw anxiety in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao could already tell that the woman was definitely Yu Fenghua before he finished listening to Gu Fenghua, although he had a few friends in the 4 major regions. Yu Fenghua was the only woman with the aura of a fairy. You're saying that you killed her? Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He thought that he would deal with everything calmly. But today, he suddenly realized how important that woman was to him. If the Moon Lady died, he would really blame himself for the rest of his life. He might even go crazy because of this. I don't care if you're telling the truth or not. How dare you use her life as a joke? I'll let you know that the scariest thing in this world is not death. It's a fate worse than death. Ling Zhao's voice became extremely cold. It was as if a terrifying voice came from the depths of hell. His body had completely transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul. At that moment, he also released his tyrant martial soul. The Moon Lady was actually looking for Ling Xiao. This was something that Ling Xiao didn't expect. He always thought that he knew about the Moon Lady's past life, which was why he tried so hard to chase after her. But he didn't expect that the Yufeng Hua in this life would have such feelings for him. She actually escaped from the Immortal Palace's imprisonment and came to find him. This made him feel extremely happy. But now, Gu Fenghua told him that the Moon Lady was dead. His heart was about to break. It hurt so much. At that moment, Gu Fenghua couldn't help but take a step back. He didn't know that his words didn't make Ling Xiao waver. Instead, it made Ling Xiao explode with even more terrifying killing intent because of his anger. Even he felt fear, not to mention the Zifu army behind him. At this moment, they didn't feel like they were facing a human, but a demon. A terrifying demon. Ling Xiao didn't want Yufeng Hua to die. But if Yufeng Hua really died, he would bury the entire Dongsheng strong country and the Immortal Palace with her. He felt that he had never been as angry as he was today. Violent power rushed out crazily. It was as if a terrifying storm had broken out. This guy's power is so strong. What kind of martial soul is that? Why is it as all-encompassing as the universe? My martial soul is actually trembling in front of that martial soul. Gu Fenghua was shocked. If the blood-colored thunder god made Gu Fenghua afraid, then this terrifying tyrant martial soul, it was enough to make him tremble. He felt as if his fighting spirit was about to collapse. Sister, you knew, I believe that you're not dead. But if you're dead, I'll bury all those who have mistreated you. Ling Zhao's angry roar resounded through heaven and earth. It was like a shocking thunder. At this moment, Yufeng Hua had an impulse. She wanted to appear in front of Ling Xiao. Tell Ling Xiao that she wasn't dead, that she was still alive. Big sister, you can't go over now. He's currently gathering his last breath, and if you appear, he'll definitely die. If you appear, he'll be in trouble. Bai Shui reminded her. Yes, you're right. Sigh, maybe I should have met him earlier. Then, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Yufeng Hua sighed. Sister, this might not be a bad thing. At the very least, you know how devoted this man is to you, how deep his feelings are for you. Now, even Bai Shui thinks that you've chosen the right person. Bai Shui's eyes were filled with respect, not towards Yufeng Hua, but towards Ling Xiao. Also, sister, that Gu Fenghua seems to have made a fool of himself. Perhaps your man will achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation because of his anger. He'll reach the 6th divine core realm. At such a young age, he's able to reach such a level in such a terrible environment. Looks like in order to get close to you, sister, he's really risking his life. Chapter 3876. This guy actually has such terrifying potential in his body. Fortunately, his cultivation is not strong enough. Otherwise, he would really die in this guy's hands. Shocking. Horrifying. Gu Fenghua originally thought that as long as he was serious, Ling Xiao would definitely be unable to withstand a single blow from him. However, he realized that he was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. He had to quickly kill this guy. Otherwise, no one knew what would happen. To be honest, he had been practicing martial arts for so many years and had seen many difficult opponents. However, Ling Xiao was definitely the first. Gu Fenghua, you must die today. There was no longer any emotion in Ling Xiao's eyes. Cold and emotionless. It made people's hair stand on end. The people in Ziling's capital were also very nervous. They did not know what Gu Fenghua said to Ling Xiao that caused such a big change in Ling Xiao. In the past, Ling Xiao was always calm and composed. However, today he was so furious and ferocious. Sister, is Brother Ling Xiao okay? Zilong asked worriedly. All we can do now is to watch this battle quietly, because no one can interfere. However, I believe in Ling Xiao. You should also believe in him. Along the way, he has overcome many difficulties and experienced many hardships, but he has not been defeated. Zi Qianya gritted his teeth and said, in case Ling Xiao can't hold on, I will risk my life to save him. I can only say sorry to all of you. Sister, what are you saying? Brother Ling Xiao has already done so much for us. If we do not save him when he is in danger, our conscience will be uneasy for the rest of our lives. Zilong said loudly, That's right, Your Majesty. Whatever you want to do, you can do it without worry. We are not afraid of death. Moreover, we are dying for young Master Ling Xiao. The people of the king's residence who survived were all loyal officials and good generals. Moreover, they were all saved by Ling Xiao. Therefore, they naturally would not watch Ling Xiao die. As he spoke, the limitless blade formation began to change. Gu Fenghua didn't want to see any more changes or accidents. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, his body turned into a dazzling saber light. Like a sharp arrow, it shot towards Ling Xiao. Sky-severing saber chi that could even cut through the sky. This was also Gu Fenghua's signature move, a mid-6th Order Emperor class martial skill. It seemed simple, but its power was terrifying. His body seemed to have become one with the saber chi. The huge blade covered Ling Xiao's entire body. If this saber had landed, Ling Xiao's entire body would have been chopped into minced meat. Ling Xiao, you've really surprised me. But today, I cannot let you live. Kill. Heaven-cleaving blade demon Gu Fenghua had no intention of showing mercy. The powerful saber soul had also been released. Even an early 7th Order Emperor realm cultivator wouldn't be able to block this attack. Gu Fenghua's attack was very sudden. His speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could feel the power released from the huge saber that made his whole body tremble. But at this moment, he didn't know fear. At this moment, he was only angry. Slaughterhouse of Fiend God Seals. Ling Xiao didn't dare to slack off in the slightest when facing Gu Fenghua. He immediately used the powerful Fiend God Seals. In an instant, the sky was filled with blood-red sword chi. It was crazily shuttling back and forth. The huge saber was constantly hit by the blood-red sword chi, making a sound like a violent storm hitting metal. Crack! Crack! A moment later, the huge blade actually shattered into pieces, turning into bits of blade light that fell to the ground. Like a meteor shower, the ground was full of potholes. And all of this wasn't over yet. When the huge saber was destroyed, the blood-red sword chi was aimed at Gu Fenghua. Do you think I can't kill you without the blood-red thunder god? You think too highly of yourself. Gu Fenghua? Gu Fenghua's face suddenly changed. He could feel that although the power of Ling Xiao's sword wasn't as terrifying as the previous blood-red thunder god, it had definitely reached the point where it could seriously injure him. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Yes, you can't kill me. The biggest difference between you and me is that your status is too low and you don't have a backer. Gu Fenghua was full of pride for his background. With a wave of his hand, he took out another magic treasure. It was a round ball that glowed with a water blue light. It released a reassuring energy, the water god's blessing. Gu Fenghua muttered and released the magic treasure. His entire body was suddenly enveloped by a beautiful mist. The blood-red sword chi couldn't pierce through. This water god's blessing was brought back by my master from the deep-sea dragon domain. There's only one in the entire Dongsheng country. In order to defeat you, I put in a lot of effort. Even if you have any trump cards today, they are useless in front of me. Speaking of which, Gu Fenghua still felt a little embarrassed. The protection of the water god was one of the most precious treasures of the Dongsheng Strong country. This was because the emperor of the Dongsheng Strong country had helped the deep-sea dragon region's oceanic race do something big. This made the deep-sea dragon domain's oceanic race feel greatly indebted. That was why he gave it to them. Its grade was a rare grade, heavenly king artifact. In the Purple Mansion Great Country, mortal grade heavenly king artifacts were already extremely rare. Above the ordinary grade, there was still the fine grade. Gu Fenghua's saber was a fine heavenly king artifact, level treasure saber. As for the water god's blessing, it was an even higher grade heavenly king artifact. It was of the same grade as the blood sovereign sword in Ling Zhao's hand. However, it was even rarer than the blood supreme sword, because it was a defensive magic treasure. Generally speaking, defensive magic treasures were more precious and rare than offensive magic treasures. Defensive magic treasures were 10 times more valuable than offensive magic treasures of the same grade. This item originally belonged to the Dongsheng Emperor. When he heard that his son, Gu Fenghua, was in trouble, he temporarily lent it to Gu Fenghua. If the Dongsheng Emperor knew that Gu Fenghua had borrowed the water god's blessing just to deal with an early 6th heavenly core warrior, he didn't know what to think. He would probably be embarrassed. But Gu Fenghua didn't care about him. As long as he could survive, as long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't mind being embarrassed. He accepted it. Because of embarrassment and death, he could only choose one. Under the water god's blessing, Gu Fenghua was as arrogant as the Son of God. No one could break through the water god's blessing. The heaven-chopping saber in his hand shone brightly as he prepared for the next attack. The next attack would be right after Ling Zhao's slaughterhouse ended. He was waiting for Ling Xiao to run out of energy. This was because it was impossible for any move to last forever. There would eventually be a moment of exhaustion. Gu Fenghua thought he was in an invincible position because the water god's blessing was much stronger than the severely damaged wind flame wheels. Chapter 3877. The original grade of the Firestorm wheels had probably reached the celestial grade, heavenly king artifact level. It was a pity that the battle between Thief God and Huang Jindi, the Firestorm wheels had suffered heavy damage. In addition, the Firestorm wheels had not been repaired for such a long time. Naturally, they were not as good as before. The blood-red sword chi in the slaughterhouse gradually dissipated. It became thin. Gu Fenghua revealed a cruel sneer. Ling Xiao, your end has arrived. And today, I am extremely powerful. Not to mention you, even if the Emperor of the East Shang Kingdom came personally. I'm going to kill him too. Sometimes, anger could really make people become incomparably terrifying. Ling Zhao's potential was terrifying. Under his anger, his potential surged out. His cultivation actually soared crazily at that moment. He was not joking when he said that he would even kill the Emperor of the East Shang Kingdom. In order to live to see the Moon Lady, in order to know whether the Moon Lady was dead or alive, today he had to win. Ridiculous guy, but in order to kill you, I'm still willing to go all out. Strengthening upgrade talisman, strengthening sky-cleaving blade. Gu Fenghua really had a lot of treasures on him. Because this kid had suffered a loss once, he had become cautious all of a sudden, although he knew that with his strength, he did not have to fear Ling Xiao at all. But he still brought a lot of treasures. This strengthening upgrade talisman could turn the sky-cleaving blade in his hand into a rare grade, heavenly king artifact for a certain period of time. It was the same as the blood-sovereign sword in Ling Zhao's hand. With a flash of light, the sky-cleaving blade was upgraded. Gu Fenghua's smile became even brighter. Limitless blade technique. Heaven-defying blade. It was still the 7th Order Emperor grade martial technique, coupled with the rare grade Heavenly King artifact, sky-cleaving blade. The blade slashed down, and the terrifying blade light was covered with complicated incantations. This blade was obviously not just a martial technique, but also seemed to be integrated with a secret technique. The limitless blade technique was indeed terrifying. This heaven-defying blade was truly stunning. Feeling this terrifying blade chi, Ling Xiao frowned. A huge pressure was released from the blade. The potential in Ling Zhao's body began to surge out even more crazily. Boom! At that moment, Ling Xiao felt his strength increase. A breakthrough in cultivation, early to middle stage. Although it was only a small step, it still increased Ling Zhao's chances of winning. Tyrannical celestial demon seal, bloodthirsty forest. Ling Xiao finally used the power of the tyrant martial spirit, because if he didn't use it now, even if his cultivation increased, he wouldn't be Gu Fenghua's match. In that instant, the entire limitless saber array turned into a pitch-black universe. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. In the void, countless giant starry sky beasts pounced on Gu Fenghua. Even though Gu Fenghua's heaven-defying saber strike was extremely domineering, one giant star beast after another was killed. But in the end, he was still outnumbered and sent flying. Even if it was the blessing of the water god, it still trembled a few times. Blood flowed from the corner of Gu Fenghua's mouth. What? Gu Fenghua touched the blood at the corner of her mouth and was shocked. Ling Zhao's attack had not only destroyed his saber chi, but it had also injured him despite the water god's protection. Although it was only a minor injury, it was not worth mentioning. But this was too inconceivable. If it wasn't for the water god's protection, Gu Fenghua believed that this attack would be able to shatter him into pieces. To his shock, he realized that the power of Ling Zhao's attack had surpassed the blood lightning god. I never thought that you would be able to increase your cultivation in the middle of a fight. That's why you killed my junior sister Qing Maxue, right? Not only did she fail to kill you, she even gave you a chance to break through, and in the end, she was killed. Although Gu Fenghua spoke casually, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He had never seen an opponent like this before. He was able to continuously break through in the middle of a fight. In less than half a month, he had broken through to the early 6th Divine Core realm. This was already shocking enough. But now, he had broken through again. Was he still human? Gu Fenghua took a deep breath. He tried his best to calm himself down. Humph, so what have you broken through? Your overall strength is still weaker than mine. I'm afraid that's your most powerful attack. But so what? With the water god's protection, you can't hurt me. No, even if you're hurt, it's only a minor injury. I can recover in just a moment. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? Gu Fenghua's words weren't meant to attack Ling Xiao, but to comfort himself. He was trying to numb himself. He was telling himself that he was stronger than Ling Xiao, telling himself that he was invincible, and that there was no way he would lose to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's face was still expressionless. Apart from indifference, there was only indifference. Once he unleashed his martial soul of tyrant, there was no way out. He had to win today, even if he didn't want to. He had to take down Gu Fenghua. If not, not only would he have to die, all the men behind him would have to die as well. Even those who secretly came from the western region would have to die as well. Gu Fenghua had said that he was going to wash the entire Purple Spirit Kingdom with blood. And those men were all within the Purple Spirit Kingdom's territory. No matter what, I have to win. Ling Zhao's fighting spirit was at its peak. Just like Gu Fenghua, they both had a reason why they couldn't lose. Up until now, his martial soul of tyrant had only appeared in its most basic form. It was just a boost to his martial skills, a boost to his fighting strength. He had never really used the power of the martial soul of tyrant. Today, he was going to give it a try. Anyway, the consequences of using the martial soul of tyrant would be better than using the bloody devil rat. He wouldn't use the bloody devil rat unless he had no other choice. After all, the price was too high, but the martial soul of tyrant was different. Ancient, primitive, overbearing, and terrifying power gradually merged into Ling Zhao's body. Possession of the tyrant, the possession of a martial spirit, was a very common thing. But it was the first time that a martial soul, like the martial soul of tyrant, was possessed. Ling Zhao had never done it before, at least not in front of his enemies. He had tried it in private before. He knew how terrifying that power was. Ling Zhao's body gradually turned into nothingness. His consciousness was gradually connected to the whole world. The mountains and rivers seemed to have become his hands and feet. He could overturn rivers and seas and destroy the world with a single thought. Of course, this was something that could happen after he became stronger. At this stage, the only thing that he could control was the power between heaven and earth. The power of the heavenly queen of earth had been completely merged into the martial soul of tyrant. It had become a part of the universe. What the hell is this? Why does Ling Zhao seem to be gradually disappearing? Also, what's with the feeling of being filled with the power to destroy the world? Everyone looked at Ling Zhao. But Ling Zhao disappeared in front of their eyes. But they could clearly feel Ling Zhao's aura in the limitless saber formation. But that aura didn't feel like a human at all. It felt like heaven, like earth, like the ruler of all things. It was hard to explain, but it was indeed terrifying. Chapter 3878. What kind of opponent have I encountered? What kind of martial soul is this? I've never heard of or seen it before. Gu Fenghua had heard of the mountain river martial soul, but it didn't look like this. The mountain river martial soul could allow a martial artist to control the power of mountains and rivers, but the martial artist himself wouldn't disappear. Compared to the current situation, the difference was a little too great. This should be his true martial spirit. The others are just supplementary. Yu Fenghua also looked at this scene in shock. She was astonished. She had lost her memories of her previous life, so she didn't know that Ling Zhao had the Sky Tyrant martial soul. She just thought it was best not to expose this martial soul. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of many people. That's impossible. What kind of thing are you? Gu Fenghua asked in horror. Don't you think it's too late to ask this question now? I'm the chaos. I'm the universe. I'm the vitality of all things. What do you think you're fighting against? It's a battle between heaven and earth. You understand? Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. He didn't want to use the power of the Sky Tyrant possession. On one hand, he was afraid of exposing himself. On the other hand, it was mainly because his physical body was still too weak. His cultivation was still too low. He could only maintain this state for 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, he wouldn't be able to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul for a period of time. This was also a rather troublesome matter. However, as long as he could kill Gu Fenghua, it was all worth it. It was much better than using the bloody devil rat. Under the Sky Tyrant possession state, Ling Zhao could use the most powerful attack. It was the attack of the Heavenly Queen. The Heavenly Queen transformed into the Firmament Fist, the Sun Fist, the Cold Moon Fist, and the Storm Fist. The Heavenly Sword, the Heavenly Punishment Sword, the Myriad Lightning Sword, and the Demon Subduing Sword. The Heavenly Queen transformed into the Shield of Earth, the Light of Life, the Wrath of 10,000 Spirits, and the Tree of World. She waved the scepter in her hand, and huge beasts stood up on the ground, roaring at the dark space. This was the protest of the creatures of the earth, the fury of the beasts. She waved her scepter again, and the terrifying lava turned into a giant dragon. The raging waves turned into a giant whale, and the mountain rocks turned into giants. In the world of the tyrannical martial spirit, Ling Xiao was the master. Imperial Heaven Hoodoo was the spokesperson. Facing this overwhelming attack, Gu Fenghua had a feeling that she was unable to resist at all. He felt like he was a bug that no one cared about in this world. It was a confrontation with nature. There wasn't even the slightest chance of winning. In that instant, his fighting spirit completely collapsed. The water god's blessings crumbled under the royal heaven Huta's continuous attacks, gradually shattering. Then, the violent attacks drowned Gu Fenghua. He was the genius who ranked 7th on the Eastern Victory Combat Prowess list. In the end, he died in a rather vexed manner, but he couldn't do anything. Facing Ling Xiao, who was possessed by Tyrant Sky, there was only one outcome for him. The limitless blade formation was also destroyed, and the attacks poured down in torrents. The people of the Purple Mansion army fled like crazy. Unfortunately, not a single person was able to escape this sky-covering attack. Over 1 million soldiers, including the Purple Mansion Kingdom's King Chinyu and the Purple Mansion Marshal, all died in battle. Everyone in the capital of Violet Spirit City was shocked by this scene. They had never seen someone with such terrifying attacks. In that instant, they even thought that Ling Xiao wasn't Ling Xiao at all, but a great god from the primordial era. Sister, it seems like your man is a very impressive fellow. Do you want to go meet him? Bai Shui looked at Yu Fenghua and asked. Yu Fenghua quietly looked at Ling Xiao in the distance. She was hesitating, although she said that they shouldn't meet at this time for fear of causing trouble for Ling Xiao. She had already found her man. However, she had already found the man she loved. How could she bear to turn around and leave just like that? Just as he was hesitating, a beam of white light suddenly shot down from the sky. The terrifying white light contained shocking killing intent. Yu Fenghua and Bai Shui hurriedly dodged. While dodging, they also exposed their aura. Ling Xiao, who had just escaped from Tyrant's possession, saw the girl he was chasing after. His angry expression instantly turned into a surprised one. Fenghua. Surprised, he dashed towards her. Although the fight with Gu Fenghua had exhausted him, after swallowing the pill, he was fine. Don't come any closer. Yu Fenghua hastily shouted. Right at this moment, 4 figures appeared in the sky. Although these 4 figures were wearing different outfits, they were all wearing masks as if they didn't want to reveal their faces. But one thing was for sure, they were all very strong. Ling Xiao could only see the cultivation of one of them with his Tai Chi eye, but he was a peak 8th Divine Core warrior. This was the cultivation of the Blood Sword Reverend. As for the other 3, Jiang Chun couldn't see through them at all. In other words, they were at least 9th Divine Core warriors. So, the reason why young Miss Fenghua from the Eternal Palace ran away was because of a piece of trash like this? What a joke! If this were to spread out, the Eternal Palace would become the biggest joke in the world. No wonder the Eternal Emperor didn't allow you to come out. One of the men, wearing a dragon mask, said with a mocking tone, Who are you? You know Big Sister is from the Eternal Palace. Why did you sneak attack her? Bai Shui questioned. It doesn't matter who we are. The most important thing is you have to leave today. Another slightly chubby man, wearing a tiger mask, said with a muffled voice. With just you? Bai Shui said coldly. That's right, with just us. The 3rd man had a skinny body, and he was wearing a lion mask. He was emitting a gloomy aura. These 3 men were the ones Ling Xiao couldn't see through with his Tai Chi eye. As for the fourth man, he was wearing a white wolf mask, and he was the weakest amongst the four men. But he was still not someone Ling Xiao could fight against. He was much stronger than Gu Fenghua. Lao Er, Lao San, both of you fight that white hawk together. Be careful, that guy is pretty strong. I'll deal with you Feng Hua. As for Lao Si, you go and capture that man called Ling Xiao. With him around, you Feng Hua won't be able to attack without fear of breaking the vases. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the dragon mask had already pounced on Yu Feng Hua. Lao Er and Lao San also charged at Bai Shui. As for Lao Si, the man wearing the white wolf mask wasn't very satisfied. Big brother, is it worth it for me to take action against trash like him? Don't talk nonsense. He may be trash, but the goddess of the Eternal Palace likes trash like him. Only by capturing him can we truly control Her Highness the Goddess. The man with the dragon mask had already started fighting with Yu Feng Hua. As they clashed, the diamond dragon trapping array of Violet Spirit's capital city began to shake, and cracks even appeared. One must know that the place where they were fighting was over 1,000 meters away from Violet Spirit's capital city. This was a battle between absolute powerhouses. Ling Xiao, run. No matter what, escape first. I'll be fine. Chapter 3879. Yu Feng Hua knew how strong the enemy was. That's why she shouted at Ling Xiao to run away. But Ling Xiao didn't run away. Yu Feng Hua was right in front of him. The woman he had spent so much effort chasing was right in front of him. Why should he run away? At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. Even if his cultivation dropped to the divine vein realm, he didn't care. He had worked so hard for so long and experienced so many hardships. Now, seeing his woman being attacked, she wanted him to run away. He didn't want to. Even if it was the Moon Maiden, he couldn't accept it. Sister Chinya, lead us into the heavenly devil's ruin now. He shouted towards the ground. Suddenly, a blood-red true Yuan emerged from his body. Sanguine rat. This was a heaven-defying skill that he had to avoid no matter what, because it was too powerful. The side effects were too great. That's why he didn't want to use it. But at this moment, he had no choice but to use it. He didn't care what would happen if he used it. He wouldn't die. It was just a drop in his cultivation. With his cultivation speed, he would be able to recover in no time. Although his cultivation would drop, the strength of his body wouldn't drop. He wouldn't become too weak. Furthermore, in order to protect his woman, and in order to fight this battle, he had been waiting for this for a very long time. As long as he didn't die, he could accept anything. If he died, he would lose everything. Even if he lost all his cultivation, he could still cultivate it back. Right now, it was as if his blood was burning. Even the peerless heavenly rat's transformation had turned blood red. It had blood-red wings and blood-red skin. Ling Xiao was desperately burning his true yuan. He was trying to make his combat strength skyrocket. The sanguine rat had 3 transformations. The first one increased his combat strength by 2 times. Actually, the effect wasn't that great because Ling Xiao had too many methods to increase his combat strength. The increase in the sanguine rat's combat strength was negligible. Of course, the first transformation didn't have any side effects. The second transformation increased his combat strength by 10 times. This was extremely useful, but after using it, his cultivation would drop by 1 stage. For example, he was now a mid-6th level Divine Core warrior. So, a drop of 1 stage meant he was a mid-5th level Divine Core warrior. This drop was still acceptable, and it didn't put too much of a burden on his body. The 3rd stage of the transformation was even more terrifying. It directly increased his combat power by 100 times. However, After using it, one's cultivation level would drop by an entire realm. He was currently at the mid-6th divine core realm, and that meant his cultivation would drop to the 6th divine vein realm. Not only that, but after using it, his body would also suffer a very serious burden, and he might even be seriously injured. His life was in danger. However, he didn't care. As long as he was still breathing, life reversal and fiery rebirth would bring him back to life. His opponent was too strong. A perfect 8th divine core warrior. It was definitely not something the Bloodsucker's second transformation could handle. Therefore, from the very beginning, he directly used the 3rd transformation of the Bloodsucker. He felt a tearing pain in his body. However, his strength continued to rise. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to use the 3rd stage transformation was because his fleshly body was strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would self-destruct. This trash actually has such a trick up his sleeve. The white wolf masked man was stunned. In fact, he had already seen the battle between Ling Xiao and Gu Fenghua. Ling Xiao's sky tyrant possession had already surprised him greatly. However, it was still nothing in front of him. But now, Ling Xiao's bloodsucker had truly shocked him, a mid-6th divine core warrior, and he could sense that his aura was almost as strong as his own. How was this possible? Ling Xiao. Yu Fenghua was getting anxious. Although she didn't know what kind of transformation Ling Xiao had undergone, she knew very well what was going on. To achieve such a terrifying increase in strength, he had to pay a huge price. Focus on the battle. Don't worry about me. Although I have to pay a huge price, I won't die. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Since we've finally met again, let's work together and defeat these enemies." Although he didn't know who these 4 terrifying men were, he had no idea who they were. Since they wanted to capture Yu Fenghua, they were his enemies, and he couldn't let them succeed. All right. Yu Fenghua took a deep breath. Since her man had come to this realization, there was no need for her to waste any more time. The most important thing was to end the battle as soon as possible. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The white wolf masked man let out a crazy laugh. You think trash like you can use some secret skill to increase your strength? You think you're my match? You're ridiculous. I smell something fishy. Could you be warriors from the deep-sea dragon realm? Ling Xiao didn't care about his mockery. While continuing to increase his combat strength, he asked with a cold voice. And the white wolf masked man was startled. They were indeed from the deep-sea dragon realm. They came to the Dongsheng kingdom to make a deal with the Dongsheng emperor. But they didn't expect to meet the Dongsheng emperor's son and the goddess from the eternal palace. At first, they thought Gu Fenghua would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao, so they didn't plan to interfere. Their original plan was to wait for Gu Fenghua to kill Ling Xiao, then make Yu Fenghua sad. Then they would suddenly attack. Their hope was greater. But who would have thought that Gu Fenghua, that trash, would lose? She lost to that guy called Ling Xiao. They wore masks because they didn't want to expose their identities. After all, no one wanted to start a war between the Eternal Emperor realm and the Deep-Sea Dragon realm. But the troublesome thing was this guy actually saw through them at a glance. Looks like I guessed right. I've killed quite a number of your sea tribe's rotten fish and shrimps. Since you're here today, don't go back. Once Ling Xiao used the bloody devil rat, there would naturally be a result. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. T. The white wolf masked man was enraged. You're courting death. He suddenly attacked, turned into an afterimage, and blasted his palm towards Ling Xiao. In his imagination, this palm would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao directly. But to his surprise, Ling Xiao shook the blood sovereign sword in his hand, and a sword chi actually shattered his palm wind, forcing him to retreat. This is impossible. What kind of secret technique can actually increase your combat strength to such an extent? This is simply cheating. The white wolf-masked man was dumbfounded. Are you surprised? Although my combat strength is still slightly weaker than yours, it's still not enough. However, this small gap is not enough for you to crush me. Ling Zhao's combat strength had reached its limit, and it was basically equivalent to a mid-8th level Divine Core warrior. Compared to the white wolf-masked man, there was still a gap. But the gap wasn't that big anymore. From being instantly killed, he was now able to fight back. This bloody devil, Rat's improvement, was truly terrifying. But the price he had to pay was huge as well. Ling Zhao's cultivation would drop to the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm because of this. But if the price was to save his life, if he had to save his woman, it was definitely worth it. Chapter 3880. Ling Zhao also noticed it. Right now, both sides were in a delicate balance. Yu Fenghua's strength was on par with the masked divine dragon mask. Bai Shui was stronger than Yu Fenghua, and she was able to fight the masked tiger mask and lion mask without any fear. Therefore, the key to the outcome of this battle was the battle between him and the masked white wolf mask. If he lost, then their side would probably be finished. If he won, the situation would change completely. Therefore, he couldn't lose, he had to win. This was related to his and Yu Fenghua's future. Facing the masked white wolf mask, Ling Zhao wasn't completely without advantages. In terms of the strength of his true yuan, he might be weaker than the masked white wolf mask. But in terms of the strength of his body, he was stronger than the masked white wolf mask. In terms of speed, combined with the cosmic body, blood lightning god, and Luo Mei's clear shadow steps, he was definitely stronger than the masked white wolf mask. As for weapons, the blood sovereign sword in his hand was a rare grade heavenly king weapon. The masked white wolf mask's claw weapon was also a rare grade heavenly king weapon. There wasn't much difference between the two, but martial skills were a little troublesome. The masked white wolf mask was a true perfect 8th grade Divine Core warrior, and he could at least use a 7th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. As for Jiang Chen's strongest martial skill, it was only the innate Fiend God seal. It was a 7th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, but with the help of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, its strength should be able to reach a 7th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. If the masked white wolf mask had an 8th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, then it would be troublesome. But even so, Ling Zhao still had 3 big advantages. First, his soul strength was equivalent to a perfect 9th grade Divine Core warrior. Second, he had 2 Divine Cores from an Extreme Core warrior in his body. Third, he had the trait of becoming more and more courageous in battle. Although the quality of his true yuan wasn't as good as his masked white wolf masks, the quantity was much higher. Therefore, it was hard to tell who would win in this battle. Each of them had their own advantages and disadvantages. After the masked white wolf mask's first attack, he suddenly stopped. Looking at his blood-red transformation, he furrowed his brows. Ling Zhao, this person whom he had repeatedly called trash, made him feel a strong sense of fear. This doesn't make sense. What kind of secret technique is this? How could it be so abnormal? A mere mid-6th Divine Core warrior was able to make him a perfect 8th Divine Core warrior. Feel threatened? This is unheard of. Are you surprised? That was how it should be. If I don't kill you after using such a terrifying power, I'll feel that it's a loss. Ling Zhao's transformation had basically ended. He could feel the terrifying and invasive energy gushing out of his body. His entire body released an earth-shattering pressure. In that instant, the white wolf-masked man retreated several hundred meters away. To his horror, he discovered that he was not facing a human, but a terrifying demonic beast that blotted out the sky. That terrifying pressure was enough to make him tremble with fear. F***CK. What happened? After stabilizing his mind, the white wolf-masked man realized that this was simply an illusion. Damn small fry, you actually made a fool of me. If I don't kill you today, I'm not human. This kind of heaven-defying secret technique can't be maintained for a long time. I want to see what your outcome will be. You're not human to begin with. Ling Xiao, who was in his bloody rat form, had become extremely calm and indifferent. It was as if all his emotions had disappeared. What replaced them was a cold killing intent. Pretentious fool. I've seen too many people like you. You've cultivated some kind of secret technique, and you think you're invincible. But you have to know, this kind of power isn't the right path. It's the evil path. The white wolf-masked man tried his best to calm himself down. He was trying to comfort himself. It doesn't matter if it's the evil path or the right path, as long as I can kill people. It's fine. Ling Xiao's voice was emotionless. It was as if he was talking with a cold blade. Fine, I'll play with you then. Let's see how powerful this evil path of yours is. The white wolf-masked man looked down on Gu Fenghua, let alone Ling Xiao. But now he felt that he had to be serious. Ling Xiao gave him a very dangerous feeling. Wrath of the sea beast, devil of tides. The white wolf-masked man didn't dare approach Ling Xiao. He stood a few hundred meters away. He unleashed his martial soul. It was a gigantic sea beast. It had a strange appearance. Overall, it looked more like a gigantic octopus, but there were many differences. But one had to admit that this guy's martial soul was very frightening. Following the unleashing of his martial soul, he swung both of his claws in the air. In the void, a pair of huge claws formed by water elements clawed at Ling Xiao. It carried an indomitable, ferocious aura. This move was a 7th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. The white wolf-masked man didn't underestimate Ling Xiao. Using a 7th Order Emperor Realm martial skill to kill a mid-6th Divine Core warrior was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito in many people's eyes. A powerful attack, but too bad, it still can't break through my defense. Heavenly Devil Bone. Firestorm Wheels. 2 layers of defense were unleashed. With the help of Ling Xiao's powerful energy, the Firestorm Wheels formed 3 defensive walls. The gigantic claws broke through the walls of wind and fire. But when they collided with the wall of electricity, they shattered into pieces. The wall of electricity was the strongest layer of defense. It was merged with the Blood Lightning God's energy. Awesome! Truly worthy of being an attack from a perfect 8th level Divine Core warrior. With just this attack, the energy in my cultivation sea has increased by 90%. Ling Xiao was laughing in his mind. In order to defeat the white wolf-masked man, he had to become stronger. And breaking through to the next level was the key. At the very least, he had to break through to the perfect 6th level Divine Core realm. Firestorm Wheels? Are those the legendary Firestorm Wheels used by the god of thieves? So tough. The white wolf-masked man furrowed his brows. He didn't expect his attack to fail to leave any wounds on Ling Xiao's body. This made his expression turn ugly. Humph, if a 7th Order Emperor martial skill doesn't work, then I'll use a mid-order Emperor martial skill. Claw of the Sea God. The furious white wolf-masked man once again clawed through the air, unleashing an attack 10 times stronger than the previous one. Furthermore, the speed of this attack was much faster than the previous one. In an instant, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Finally, the wall of electricity collapsed. But the black tortoise divine body's defense had blocked the attack. Once again, Ling Xiao was safe and sound. Furthermore, His cultivation had broken through. Late 6th level divine core realm. Such a good martial skill. It's a waste for you to use it. Ling Xiao sneered. If I were you, I could have easily killed you with the same attack. Bullshit. Devour the sea devil. The white wolf masked man didn't seem to have a good temper. He was a man who was easily angered. Facing the unkillable Ling Xiao, he once again upgraded his martial skill. High 7th Order Emperor Realm. Devour the sea devil. The gigantic octopus turned into an attack and leapt towards Ling Xiao. In the sky, nothing else could be seen except for the gigantic sea devil, which covered the entire sky. It brought Ling Xiao a lot of pressure. Chapter 3881. Hold on. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He could dodge the attack, but he couldn't. He had to increase his cultivation level. If he wanted to increase his cultivation level as soon as possible, he had to take this attack head on. Humph, I didn't expect that trash of a boyfriend of yours to be so strong. He can actually block 2 attacks from White Wolf. But this time, he won't have the chance. White Wolf's Devour Sea Devil is something that even an early 9th level Divine Core Warrior can't withstand. The Divine Dragon masked man coldly harumphed. He wanted to attack Yu Fanghua, because in the battle, he found that no matter what he did, he could not completely suppress Yu Fanghua. This woman was too strong. On the other side, the lion-masked man and the tiger-masked man were in a tough battle as well. Originally, the two of them joined hands to deal with Bai Shui, wanting to end the battle quickly. But no matter how hard they attacked, White Snow wouldn't be in a disadvantageous position. The two battles had reached a stalemate, and they could only rely on White Wolf to win. As long as White Wolf could kill Ling Xiao or capture Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua would definitely reveal her weakness. At that time, the battle would truly end. I believe in him, Yu Fanghua said with an indifferent tone. This man was able to walk all the way from a small city in the western region and create countless miracles. He was able to increase his cultivation to such a level, and even kill the crown prince of the Eastern Victory Kingdom, Gu Fenghua. What miracles couldn't he create? That White Wolf was indeed strong. But she believed in Ling Xiao's strength more. In her eyes, this man was invincible. Bang! Right at this moment, the Devour Sea Devil landed on Ling Xiao's body. The black, tortoise divine body only lasted for a brief moment, then it exploded. But before the White Wolf-masked man could feel happy, the terrifying Heavenly Devil's shadow appeared. The Heavenly Devil's bone took effect, and once again, it blocked White Wolf-masked man's attack. Although this time, Ling Xiao was sent flying a few hundred meters away, his injuries weren't serious. However, his injuries were not serious. Only a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away from his mouth, then an excited smile appeared on his face. "Thank you, stranger. Your attack, it made me feel good." Finally, he had finally broken through. He had broken through to the peak 6th Divine Core realm. When he was in the sanguinary rat form, he could unleash the frightening combat strength of a perfect 8th Divine Core warrior. This could be considered as standing on the same starting line as the White Wolf mask. Damn it! Sea Devil Devour. The White Wolf mask saw that Ling Xiao was not dead. In anger, he once again burst out with the same attack. But in the next moment, he was dumbfounded, because Ling Xiao had actually disappeared in front of him. He hurriedly used his divine sense to capture Ling Xiao's whereabouts. However, there was none. What's going on? This guy's aura suddenly disappeared. The White Wolf-masked man was terrified for a moment. However, his combat experience was still very rich. Not noticing Ling Xiao's presence, he hurriedly put up a powerful defense. At that moment, a sword pierced out from behind him. What a pity, your reaction is quite fast. Ling Zhao's voice sounded, making the white wolf mask's hair stand on end. If it wasn't for him instinctively putting up a defense, this sword would have definitely pierced through his heart. Even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. At this moment, the white wolf mask finally realized how frightening Ling Xiao was. This seemingly insignificant guy actually possessed such frightening strength. This was unbelievable. See God's claw. In a hurry, the white wolf mask simply swung his claw towards the blood sovereign sword. The two forces collided, and both men were sent flying away at the same time. This guy, not only is he terrifyingly fast, the weapon in his hand is also not ordinary. I've misjudged him. The white wolf mask's eyes were filled with shock. Although she couldn't see his expression, she could see his face very clearly. What kind of monster are you? The white wolf mask furrowed his brows and asked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to answer this question. It was just a question he had in his mind. He was from the Ocean Clan. The Ocean Clan was naturally more talented than humans. But even so, he was still suppressed by this tiny Ling Xiao. I am whatever you think I am. Ling Xiao looked at the white wolf mask indifferently. He wasn't afraid of wasting time, because once he entered the state of the bloody rat, as long as he didn't remove it, it wouldn't disappear. The bloody rat would keep consuming his vital essence and physical strength. But that was nothing to him, because his true essence and physical strength were much more than the martial artists of the same realm. It wouldn't be a problem for him to continue like this for 2 or 3 hours. As long as it didn't exceed 2 hours, he had nothing to fear. I give you some sunshine, and you're so brilliant. Do you really think that's all I have? Dragon Clan martial arts, Raging Tide Strike. It was also an advanced 7th level Emperor class martial arts technique, but this Dragon Clan martial arts seemed to be a little different. When the white wolf mask displayed it, it actually had the terrifying aura of an elementary 8th level Emperor class martial arts technique. Even Ling Xiao had to take it seriously. A blue divine dragon spiraled out and flew out from the white wolf mask's claws. It let out a dragon's roar and pounced on Ling Xiao. The power of this attack was indeed more terrifying than the sea demon Devour. However, Ling Xiao just watched coldly at this time. The power of this attack was indeed terrifying, and its speed had already surpassed his. But speed wasn't all about the falling plum clear shadow step. The most terrifying part of the falling plum clear shadow step was its strangeness. The plum blossoms danced in the sky. Ling Xiao raised his foot and took a step forward. He had actually managed to dodge the terrifying attack of the raging tide in the nick of time. Not only that, he had already arrived in front of the white wolf mask. The blood-red blood sovereign sword erupted with a resplendent strike. It pierced the white wolf mask's shoulder blade. His target was, of course, the throat, but the other party avoided it. Idiot, you've been fooled. The white wolf mask sneered. Although Ling Xiao was faster than him, he also had a powerful movement technique. It was impossible for him to be hit by Ling Xiao's attack so easily. He did this because he relied on his strong vitality to set a trap for Ling Xiao. He used himself as bait to lure Ling Xiao to make a mistake. As he spoke, he released a tentacle behind him and entangled Ling Xiao's right hand that was holding the sword. At the same time, he waved his claws and blasted towards Ling Xiao's head. At such a close distance, the sea god's claw is enough to crush your head. Is that so? I don't think so. People who dare to get so close to me are generally courting death. Hell's undying bird, hellfire. The crazy flame instantly burned on Ling Xiao's body. The tentacle was instantly burned. The white wolf mask exclaimed and hurriedly retreated to escape. He even had no choice but to cut off his own tentacle. Immortal fire. It's actually an immortal fire. In this world, no one can control an immortal fire. How did you do it? The white wolf mask could still feel the tingling pain on his body. He thought that he had set a trap for Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that in a battle of wits and courage, Ling Xiao would not lose to him. Knowing that it was bait, Ling Xiao still wanted to eat it. Naturally, it was because he also had his own ideas. Chapter 3882. The fear on the white wolf mask's face had reached its peak. If this guy was just relying on some secret skill to increase his strength, it would be fine, but he was actually able to use the immortal flame. Something like this. Even the overlords of the 4 major regions couldn't do it. This guy, who the hell was he? At this moment, he was standing nearly 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao, still recovering from his shock. This wasn't the first time he had chosen to run away, and every time he did, it would make people tremble with fear. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you running away? Ling Xiao looked at the white wolf mask with disdain and mocked him. Damn it! How dare you look down on me? If that's the case, I'll show you the true strength of the ocean tribe. You have your beast soul transformation, and I have my sea soul transformation. How could the white wolf mask endure this? Being looked down on by a 6th divine core warrior. This was a huge blow to his pride. Don't look down on a perfect 8th divine core warrior from the ocean tribe. See God's physique. This special transformation was something only the geniuses of the ocean tribe could awaken. And this white wolf mask happened to be one of the geniuses of the ocean tribe, an outstanding existence in the deep sea dragon region. If not, those 2 mighty warriors wouldn't have brought him to the Eastern Victory Kingdom for the trade. The purpose of this trip was to let him gain some experience. Right after the transformation was completed, the white wolf mask's entire body was covered by a thick layer of seawater. Every single drop of water contained a terrifying amount of energy. As for his martial soul, the sea devil, it had turned into a real sea devil formed from seawater. It waved its tentacles behind the white wolf mask's back, threatening Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. This guy wasn't bluffing. The sea god's physique had increased the white wolf mask's combat strength by a few times. Not only that, he now had a powerful helper. This wasn't a good thing for Ling Xiao. To be honest, there aren't many people who can force me to unleash the sea god's physique. Among the younger generation, I've only met 2 or 3 people who can do that. But those people's cultivation bases are stronger than mine. Your cultivation base is so much weaker than mine, but you force me to unleash this divine skill. I'll remember your name. You should be proud of this. To be honest, the white wolf-masked man was quite excited. Originally, when his family told him to come to the Dong Sheng Strong country to train, he was a little disdainful. What kind of expert could there be in the Dong Sheng Strong country that was worthy of him going all out? But now he had encountered one. His fighting spirit blossomed crazily. Ling Xiao looked at the white wolf mask and knew that this battle would be very dangerous. However, since he had transformed into the 3rd stage sanguinary devil rat, and with his peak 6th divine core cultivation base, he was able to unleash his full strength. How could he be afraid of his opponent? With a sneer, his figure once again turned into a sword light and attacked the white wolf mask. The blood sovereign sword in his hand released a terrifying killing intent. To be honest, in terms of martial skills, Ling Xiao was no match for his opponent, but in terms of defense and physical strength, his opponent was no match for him. Therefore, his martial skills and attacks were all targeted at his opponent's physical body, instead of contending with the opponent's martial skill. In any case, he was fast enough. The initiative was in his hands. Tyrannical blood shadow kill. Tyrannical phantom kill. Tyrannical multiple shadow slashes. Tyrannical blood shadow clone slash. All of his attacks were merged with the tyrannical martial soul's energy, and each of his attacks were targeted at the White Wolf Mask's physical body. This made the White Wolf Mask feel extremely uncomfortable. "Damn you, do you think you can make me submit with this? Sea Devil, kill him!" While using the water elemental energy to defend himself, the White Wolf Mask ordered the Sea Devil to attack Ling Xiao's body. With the combination of his martial soul, he didn't believe that he couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. However, his happiness soon disappeared. Although the Sea Devil's attacks were powerful, they still couldn't touch Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's falling plum clear shadow steps was a miraculous skill. No wonder the thief god was able to travel freely in the golden heavenly region. Apart from the firestorm wheels, he also relied on this falling plum clear shadow steps. The falling plum clear shadow steps wasn't a high-ranked skill because it was relatively easy for him to cultivate. However, this movement skill had a special feature. The stronger the warrior was, the faster the speed, and the better the effect. The strongest movement skill could even reach the level of an 8th grade Emperor Realm movement skill. Facing the White Wolf Mask, Ling Xiao naturally had the upper hand. "Damn it, Sea Devil, use your strongest move and cooperate with me." After the White Wolf Mask gave the order, the Sea Devil suddenly roared. For a moment, the air was filled with tentacles. On the White Wolf Mask side, he also released water droplets to protect him. Those water droplets were like sharp arrows. They completely wrapped Ling Xiao. "Kid, let's see how you dodge this time. Although your speed is fast, this kind of airtight attack should be your weakness." The White Wolf Mask finally revealed a smug expression. "Weakness? Are you thinking with your thighs? Innate God-fiend seal, tyrannical slaughterhouse." Ling Xiao sneered and merged with the power of the tyrannical martial soul. For a moment, blood-red sword chi was released crazily with his body as the center. It was as if the entire sky had become Ling Xiao's home ground. The huge Sea Devil was directly torn into pieces. With a scream, it returned behind the White Wolf Mask. It turned back into a martial soul. That thing was not a real Sea Devil, after all. It was just condensed by water elements. Therefore, its attack power was not bad, but its defense power was far from it. At this time, the White Wolf Mask found that his water droplets could not resist the terrifying blood-red sword chi. As a last resort, he could only hurriedly urge the water droplets to defend. Only then did he avoid the tragedy of being cut into pieces. Ling Xiao's martial skills were not as good as the opponent's, but under the enhancement of the tyrannical martial soul, the innate God-fiend seal, a 7th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, could fully exert the power of a 7th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. Innate God-fiend seal, tyrannical back cave. The slaughterhouse had just ended. Before the White Wolf Mask could catch his breath, Ling Xiao's next attack came. A terrifying ultrasonic wave sounded. Although the people outside could not hear it, the White Wolf Mask covered his ears in pain at that moment. The huge black bat, like a giant beast that swallowed the starry sky, pounced on him. Ah! One of the White Wolf Mask's arms was bitten, and it was painful. Ah! Then his leg was bitten again. The White Wolf Mask felt as if he had entered a terrifying bat cave. There were enemies everywhere. It was full of darkness everywhere. In this bat cave, both eyes and divine sense were useless. The only useful thing was hearing. But the problem was that the ultrasonic wave attack had completely destroyed his hearing. He could only desperately urge the sea god's body to defend. His body was resplendent again and again. It was destroyed. At this time, the White Wolf Mask finally felt the fear of death. His fighting spirit also began to fade. He originally thought that if the battle continued, the guy opposite would definitely become a weakling when the secret skills effect ended. But the battle had lasted for nearly half an hour, and the opponent did not seem to be exhausted at all. On the contrary, his combat power seemed to be getting more and more fierce. He had reached the feeling that he was above him. Chapter 3883. In fact, the White Wolf-Masked Man should be glad that Ling Xiao had used the Sky Tyrant's possession technique against Gu Fenghua. Otherwise, the combination of the bloody demonic rat and the Sky Tyrant's possession, he would have been a corpse by now. Stop. There is no enmity between us. There is no need to fight to the death. I can't kill you, but it's impossible for you to kill me either. The White Wolf-Masked Man suddenly shouted. After all, he had too little actual combat experience. Although he had sparred with his peers before, it was just sparring. He had never met a lunatic like Ling Xiao. It wasn't the first or second time that Ling Xiao had gone through all sorts of crazy battles. Therefore, his viciousness and strength in battle were definitely not something the White Wolf-Masked Man could compare to. Nonsense! Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. He took out the Dong Sheng demonic sword. The Eastern Victory demonic sword and the Eastern Victory heavenly sword were a pair, but because of the terrifying sword's soul contained within them, the Eastern Victory demonic sword and the Eastern Victory heavenly sword were a pair. It was extremely powerful. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to use it to perform martial skills because he could not control it. However, if it was just an ordinary attack, there would be no problem. The sharpness of the Dong Sheng demonic sword was even better than an 8th level Emperor martial skill. At this moment, Ling Xiao held the Blood Sovereign sword in his right hand and continued to control the Khanate God-Fiend seal. He held the Dong Sheng demonic sword in his left hand and performed ordinary attacks. Each sword was more ferocious than the last. The opponent in front of him had to be killed. Even if he could not kill him, he had to seriously injure him. Only then could he force the Sea Tribe experts to retreat. Otherwise, if he was captured today, he would not be the only one to die. Not only would Yu Fenghua be captured, but the people in the king's residence would also be buried with him. The White Wolf-Masked Man is an enemy that I have to defeat. No matter what, I can't show mercy. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. The sword light flashed and was extremely fierce. You damn dog! You don't know how to appreciate favors. You force me to use my life-saving Dharma treasure. In that case, I have to kill you today. The White Wolf-Masked Man was completely annoyed. As one of the young masters of the deep-sea dragon realm, he was greatly appreciated by the Dragon Mother of the Dragon Realm. Although he had come out to train, he was still worried that he would encounter danger, so he gave him a powerful artifact. That treasure was a celestial-grade, heavenly king artifact. There were only a few of them in the entire 4 regions. This item was originally reserved for assassination attempts by the top experts of the 4 major domains. Although that thing was powerful, every time it was used, it would take a long time to recover. But today, in order to save his life, in order to kill his opponent, White Wolf Mask couldn't care less. Soul of the Dragon Mother. Amidst the roar, a dragon's roar rang out. The surrounding water elements transformed into a terrifying water dragon, which actually forced Ling Xiao away. Then, a blue light in the sky fell into the body of the White Wolf Mask. In that instant, the White Wolf Mask seemed to have changed into another person. Not only had he recovered from his previous injuries, but he had also recovered completely. The most terrifying thing was that his temperament was completely different from before. This feeling was somewhat similar to Long Chen's. Could it be that there are still descendants of the dragon clan in the deep-sea dragon realm? Ling Xiao frowned. He knew that Ling Xiao and the others belonged to the last of the dragon clan. Perhaps the so-called Dragon Mother is just a sea beast with part of the dragon clan's bloodline. This thought flashed through Ling Xiao's mind in an instant. Ling Xiao, bear my wrath. This is my most powerful attack. Soul of the Dragon Mother, kill. White Wolf Mask was completely bathed in the blue light. His body turned into a blue divine dragon and pounced on Ling Xiao. I didn't expect that kid to force young master to use the soul of the Dragon Mother. Dragon Mask, who was fighting with Yu Fanghua, had a look of shock in his eyes. This battle was really too unexpected. He thought that White Wolf would be the first to end the battle. However, up until now, the White Wolf had not even hurt a single hair on Ling Xiao. Instead, he was forced to use the soul of the Dragon Mother. Don't worry, big brother. Once young master uses the soul of the Dragon Mother, that kid won't be able to live anymore. Tiger Mask said confidently, That's right, big brother. This battle should finally end. It's really troublesome. Lion Mask said, They all knew what the soul of the Dragon Mother meant. It was definitely not something that little brat Ling Xiao could resist. However, in the next moment, they heard White Wolf Mask let out a shrill scream. A horrifying scene appeared in front of them. Ling Xiao's Dongxing demonic sword easily shattered the gloves on White Wolf Mask's hands. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, the sword split White Wolf Mask's body. From head to toe, White Wolf Mask's entire body was directly split into two halves. What a foolish person. Is this the most powerful power you have? It's really laughable. Innate fiend god seal, bloodthirsty tyrant forest. Ling Xiao knew that even if White Wolf Mask's body was split open, he would definitely not die. Therefore, his next attack was already coming. The whole world turned into a blood-red forest. Frightening, gigantic beasts emerged from the forest. A heavenly devil had become their leader. They ripped White Wolf Mask apart with their bare hands. Even the heavenly core belonging to the perfect 8th divine core realm was devoured by Ling Xiao. At the last moment, his cultivation level broke through once again. He had reached the early 7th divine core realm. This breakthrough wasn't completely useless. The stronger he was now, the higher his cultivation level would be after the sanguine rat state ended. The 7th divine core realm corresponded to the 7th divine vein realm. It was much higher than the 6th divine vein realm, and it had saved him a lot of trouble. Normally, breaking through like this wasn't a good thing because it would cause his foundation to be unstable. But right now, Ling Xiao knew his cultivation level would drop. So why would he care about this? White Wolf Mask's heavenly core was completely absorbed into his cultivation ocean. After breaking through to the 7th divine core realm, it didn't stop. It only stopped when he reached the early 8th divine core realm. Although his cultivation level wasn't stable at all, it could collapse at any moment, just like a dangerous house. But right now, Ling Xiao didn't care about it at all. This house was going to be torn down anyway. He had to build a new foundation and rebuild it. If it was a dangerous house, then so be it. No. The divine dragon mask let out a shocking roar. Their young lord had been killed by someone. Just when they were full of confidence, he had been killed by someone. This was something they couldn't accept. Their young lord had been killed, and the 3 of them had followed him as bodyguards. If they went back, they would be severely punished by Dragon Mother. Of course, being severely punished wasn't a big deal. More importantly, they had lost all their face. They had allowed a nobody to kill their young lord in front of them. No matter what, they would become a laughingstock. Thinking of this, they stared at Ling Xiao crazily. All of this was caused by that guy. They had to capture that guy alive and bring him back. Chapter 3884. Bam! Yu Fanghua would not waste the opportunity created by Ling Xiao. The moment the dragon god's mask showed signs of panic, she seized the opportunity. She slammed her palm on the dragon mask's back. Uffed! The dragon mask spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. His strength was on par with Yu Fanghua. Now that he was injured, he was at a complete disadvantage. The same went for the tiger mask and the lion mask. White Snow took the opportunity to injure them. At this moment, the battle came to an end. Let's go. The three of them did not dare to continue fighting. They turned and fled. When they appeared, they were arrogant and looked down on everyone. Ling Xiao was even more of a minor character that was not worth mentioning. However, such a person had actually caused them to suffer such heavy losses. White Wolf, whose real name was Water White Wolf, was one of the personal disciples of the Dragon Mother of the Deep-Sea Dragon Field. In the end, he was buried here. The other three were the Mud Dragon, the Ice Sea Lion, and the Water Tiger King. The three of them were the strongest in the Deep-Sea Dragon Field. However, he couldn't even protect a white water wolf. It was really embarrassing. In the end, they could only flee in a hurry. Otherwise, they might not even be able to save their own lives. When the three people escaped, Yu Fanghua did not chase after them. She was most concerned about Ling Xiao's health. This was because Ling Xiao's current appearance was truly pitiful. Although he killed the water white wolf, he looked as if he was bathed in blood. Not a single part of his skin was unharmed. That was one of the negative effects of the bloody rat. Moon Maiden, I finally see you again. Ling Xiao withdrew the bloody rat. He seemed to have used up all his strength and fell to the ground. He only dared to be so relaxed in front of Yu Fanghua. In fact, the bloody rat could continue, but the price was that he would be more seriously injured. The three masters of the deep-sea dragon field had been defeated. With the Moon Maiden here, Ling Xiao did not have to be so persistent. He had looked back so many times just to see this woman. He cultivated with all his might. Although he had many goals, the most important one was to reunite with the Moon Lady. At that moment, his entire body was dripping with blood. Even though his body was extremely powerful, it was still severely damaged. He estimated that it would take at least 1 or 2 months for him to fully recover this time. Unless there was some special secret method to treat it, his bones were almost completely shattered, and his internal organs were bleeding. If it was a normal person, they would have stopped breathing long ago. Luckily, he was a divine core warrior. Oh, no, he was now an early 8th level divine vein warrior. The drop this time was truly ruthless. However, if he could protect the Moon Lady, it was all worth it. His falling body was caught by the Moon Maiden. His blood dyed the Moon Maiden's clothes red. It was so bright. Yu Fanghua was already in tears. She really didn't know that Ling Xiao would become like this after using that secret technique. If she had known, she would rather die than see Ling Xiao get hurt. Bai Shui quietly looked at the two men. Her eyes were filled with tears and gentleness. She was a demon, and although the demon race had always been cruel and ruthless, there were still true feelings among them. Most women were emotional, and when she saw this touching scene, how could she not cry? Within the Purple Spirit capital, Ziqinya and Zilong were crying their eyes out as well. You're so stupid. Why did you have to do this? Yu Fanghua didn't understand. Even if Ling Xiao liked her, he didn't have to do this. Because I owe you, Ling Xiao smiled. Although Yu Fanghua didn't know about it, it was enough for him to know. If it wasn't for him, the Moon Maiden wouldn't have fallen into the 10 reincarnations. Therefore, no matter what he did, it wouldn't be a problem. Even if he had to sacrifice his life for this woman, it would be worth it. You don't owe me anything. You really don't owe me anything. The Moon Maiden tightly hugged this man. It was as if all the suffering she had suffered for the past few days had melted away, evaporated, and disappeared. Which man could do this for a woman? He had gone through countless dangers and nearly lost his life many times. And now, with his 6th Divine Core cultivation base, he had killed a perfect 8th Divine Core warrior. He had done everything he could. For her, this man had created one miracle after another. Don't cry, Moon Maiden. For you, everything is worth it. Furthermore, I'm still alive, right? Ling Xiao was lying on the Moon Maiden's shoulder, gently wiping away her tears. With a gentle voice, he said, "You're so beautiful. Your eyes are blurred from crying. Don't talk anymore. Have a good rest. I know everything you've done. I know everything." Yu Fanghua covered Ling Xiao's mouth, as if she was worried that Ling Xiao would die from exhaustion if he spoke one more word. Since the day she was born, her life hadn't been good. Although she was the high and mighty goddess of the eternal palace, but everyone looked at her with hostility or greed. She felt like an object, not a human being. Only when she was with Ling Xiao did she feel like she was being cared for. Today, this man had almost given up his life for her. Her heart was filled with warmth, but also fear. The warmth was because of this love, and the fear was also because of this love. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would die because of her. To be honest, when she left, she never thought that Ling Xiao would one day step into the territory of the 4 major regions. That was why she worked so hard to find Ling Xiao herself, until she found out that Ling Xiao had arrived in the 4 major regions and had turned the entire Dongsheng Strong Nation upside down. Only then did she realize that this man was a man of his word, a man of his word. He would never go back on his words. While searching for Ling Xiao, all she heard were stories about Ling Xiao's miracles. There was another main character in these stories, and that was the woman Ling Xiao was searching for. A person called Yu Fanghua. This woman was her. This made her feel extremely proud and honored. In the distance, a sword light was speeding towards here. The Dongsheng Emperor was cultivating when he suddenly felt that his disciple Gu Fenghua's divine consciousness had shattered. He was shocked and rushed over. When he arrived, not only was Gu Fenghua dead, but even one of the 4 people from the Deep Sea Dragon region was dead, and the other 3 had escaped. The Dongsheng Emperor looked at Yu Fanghua and frowned slightly. "Miss, that person is Ling Xiao, who killed my disciple, right? Hand him over to me, and I can let bygones be bygones." The Dongsheng Emperor was very famous in the Dongsheng Strong Nation, and he was the #1 expert. However, in the entire 4 regions and 9 heavens, he was nothing. Yu Fanghua, this kind of high-level person, he really had never seen before. He had only heard of her. However, he could also feel the terrifying threat from Yu Fanghua's body. That was why he was so polite. Otherwise, with his character, he would have killed his way over. Chapter 3885. Get lost. Yu Fanghua didn't say anything, but Bai Shui spoke first. "You old thing, can't you see that a beautiful couple is meeting? You don't have any eyesight at all." To Bai Shui, the Dongsheng Emperor was just a small figure. He was far inferior to the people from the Deep Sea Dragon territory. Therefore, she didn't hold back at all. The Dongsheng Emperor frowned. This woman was too rude. He was the emperor of the Dongsheng Strong Country. How dare she speak to him like that? "Miss, I am the emperor of the Dongsheng Strong Country." The Dongsheng Emperor said coldly. He hoped to see fear on Bai Shui's face, or at least panic, but there was no response. She only looked at him with disdain. "So what if you are the emperor of the Dongsheng Strong Country? If I ask you to get lost, then get lost quickly. You will lose your life if you are late." Bai Shui looked impatient. This old thing really thought too highly of himself. Hearing this, the Dong Shung Emperor's face turned even uglier. He was the most powerful person in the Dong Shung strong country. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. But this unknown girl had no intention of giving him face at all. This caused the rage in his chest to explode. I gave you face and spoke to you nicely, but you don't know how to restrain yourselves. Aren't you afraid that I will kill all of you? The Dong Shung Emperor said coldly. You can try. Bai Shui said sarcastically. I want to see who will die faster. You are courting death. The Dong Shung Emperor was really annoyed. He activated his sword intent and stabbed at Bai Shui. Bai Shui just sneered and waved her claws casually. The terrifying claw mark in the void completely shattered the sword intent. It even forced the Dong Shung Emperor to retreat dozens of steps. What? The Dong Shung Emperor felt his blood boiling in his body and was extremely uncomfortable. How could this girl be so terrifying? Who are you? The Dong Shung Emperor frowned and asked, You don't need to know. What you need to do now is to get out of Purple Spirit Country. From today onwards, you are not allowed to set foot in this country. Otherwise, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Bai Shui's attitude was really domineering. Humph, I don't believe it. The Dong Shung Emperor was the same as Gu Fenghua. They were both people who did not believe in superstitions. They both felt that they were extremely powerful. No one could do anything to them. But in the next moment, white snow poked 5 holes in his chest. Those terrifying holes were dripping with blood. The Dong Shung Emperor gritted his teeth in pain. This injury will take at least 1 or 2 years to heal. This is also my final warning to you. If you still don't know what's good for you, then you'll die. Bai Shui's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Dong Shung Emperor looked at him in horror and turned to flee. He knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have, even though he still didn't know the identities of these 2 people. But this little violet spirit kingdom, for the time being, he didn't dare to return. As the emperor, he had many enemies. If others knew that he was seriously injured, he would probably die an unnatural death. So when he returned this time, he planned to go into seclusion. As for Ling Xiao, we'll talk about it later. Now, he definitely had no way to avenge his 2 disciples. Sister, is it okay for me to do this? White snow stuck out her tongue and asked Yu Fenghua, who was looking at her. If it was me, I would have killed him. Yu Fenghua didn't say anything. Instead, it was Ling Xiao who spoke, but everyone has their own way of doing things, so I won't comment. I'm really tired. I've never felt so tired before. Moon Maiden, can I borrow your leg and sleep for a while? Of course. Right now, Yu Fenghua's heart belonged to Ling Xiao. No matter what Ling Xiao asked for, she would try her best to agree. As for whether the Eternal Palace would come after them, she didn't even consider it. Since she had met him, she might as well seize this moment of warmth and spend some time with Ling Xiao. Oh, right, Moon Maiden, I think your cultivation is at the 9th level of the Divine Core Realm. The Extreme Core Realm? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He didn't know the Moon Maiden's true strength, but after the fight just now, he could roughly guess. Yu Fenghua nodded her head and said, Actually, when I was in the Western region, I wasn't this strong. After I was captured and brought back to the Eternal Palace, in order to meet you as soon as possible, I've been cultivating with all my might. That's why I've achieved what I have today. I thought I was the only one who would risk my life for you, but I didn't expect you to risk your life for me as well. Perhaps I, Ling Xiao, am the happiest man in the world. Ling Xiao smiled, then he turned to White Snow and said, I think she's even stronger than you, right? That's right, don't underestimate White Snow. When she was in the wild beast region, she was a peerless demon king. But too bad, She was harmed by some evil people, and her strength dropped a lot. But now, she's still a half-step divine physique realm warrior. She's much stronger than a martial artist at the extreme core realm. Half-step divine physique realm is the divine physique realm above the divine core realm. Ling Xiao asked, "That's right. The divine vein, divine core, and divine physique all belong to the same realm. The most important thing is to strengthen your body before your second reincarnation. If not, you won't be able to pass through the gate of reincarnation and will die on the way." The Moon Maiden replied, "Kid, you're pretty good. I'm an old monster who has lived for several thousand years. But this is the first time I've seen a man as infatuated and crazy as you. Originally, I had decided to kill you the moment I saw you so that my sister wouldn't take you seriously. But after meeting you, I changed my mind. Kid, you're pretty good. Not just my sister. Even I would be infatuated with you." White Snow giggled and said, "Don't worry, no matter how much your strength dropped, as long as White Snow is here, nothing will happen to you." "Thank you, Miss White Snow." Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It looked like he had really escaped a disaster. If White Snow really wanted to kill him, perhaps even Yu Fanghua wouldn't be able to stop her. Yu Fanghua was only at the extreme core realm, but White Snow was at the half-step divine physique realm. She was completely above the extreme core realm. "You're welcome. You deserve it. After all, you used your own actions to protect your own life. Even I'm touched. This Demon King, White Snow's carefree manner was quite interesting. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go to the king's residence first." Ling Xiao was feeling extremely tired now. He felt like the sky was turning dark, and he really wanted to have a good rest. After saying that, he fell asleep. Outside the Purple Spirit capital, the only thing left was the smell of blood in the air. Those who were killed had all turned into dust, and there was no need to deal with their corpses. The sky gradually darkened, and night was about to arrive. But to Ling Xiao, this wasn't night, but the beginning of a brand new day. Although his cultivation had dropped significantly, he still had some treasures. However, he still had some treasures on him that he hadn't used yet. Recovering his original cultivation was much faster than cultivating. He wasn't worried. Of course, the most important thing was that he could see the woman he loved again. Chapter 3886. While he was asleep, the divine pills in his body were taking effect. They fused with Ling Xiao's limbs and bones, and fused with Ling Xiao's energy. His damaged body was rapidly repaired, tempered, and strengthened. However, the injuries on his body could be healed by the miraculous effects of the 2 divine pills in his body. However, the pain in his soul couldn't be healed so easily. Moreover, the pain in his soul was even more torturous than the pain in his body. Perhaps an ordinary person would have chosen to commit suicide out of pain long ago. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't do that was because he still had his own obsession, his own dreams, the people he wanted to meet, his lover, his friends, his family, and the great wish he had to fulfill. Although that great wish was like a joke to many people. However, that wasn't the case for Ling Xiao. He believed that he could do it, so he had to live. Therefore, he gritted his teeth, endured, and endured so that he wouldn't fall asleep in the endless darkness. Once he fell asleep, he would die a terrifying death. What's the big deal about pain? He had experienced more painful things than this. Once upon a time, the Moon Maiden had died because of him. That pain was much more severe than this. At that time, he still persevered. Now, what couldn't he persevere? As his body gradually recovered, the pain in his soul became even more obvious. His soul felt like it was walking in the darkness filled with thorns. That kind of feeling was really unpleasant. Suddenly, a bright moon hung in the sky in the darkness. This bright moon illuminated the darkness. It expelled the pain. It was like the best healing medicine for the soul. It actually made him gradually feel comfortable. The injuries in his soul began to recover. What was going on? Ling Xiao was still unconscious, so he didn't know what this was. However, he could clearly sense a familiar aura in the moonlight. Is it her? Is she helping me? This aura belonged to the Moon Maiden. It was an aura that made people feel extremely comfortable. Although he didn't know what the Moon Maiden had done, it was his woman's good intentions. How could he let this energy go to waste? His soul was wrapped in the moonlight and constantly recovered. The pain had almost completely disappeared. Ling Xiao forced his soul to wake up. This was because he didn't know what the Moon Lady was doing. If the Moon Maiden sacrificed herself to help him, it would be the biggest failure of his life. It would make him feel guilty for the rest of his life. Therefore, as soon as his soul showed some signs of improvement, he forced himself to wake up. In front of him was Yu Fanghua, who was sitting cross-legged. Yu Fanghua's soul force passed through the void and into his soul realm. The girl's face was deathly pale. There was a price to pay for the healing of the soul. The pain that Ling Xiao didn't have to bear, Yu Fanghua had to bear it for him. Seeing this, Ling Xiao forcibly cut off the soul transfer. He pulled Yu Fanghua into his arms. Looking at the trembling girl, he blamed himself. If you do this, although you can heal me, you will hurt your own soul. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to recover for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao sighed. He wanted to scold the girl, but he found that he couldn't say anything. The girl was risking her life for him. How could he bear to do that? I don't care. As long as you can recover, even if I die, what's the big deal? I've already obtained your love. I've received your most sincere love. I have no regrets. Yu Fanghua smiled. Nonsense. If you die, I'll be the first to die with you. So remember, you can't die. Ling Xiao's tone became firm. Also, don't worry. I'm an apothecary. Healing the soul isn't a problem for me. You've already woken me up. Let's stop here. Eat this. This is the soul-stabilizing pill that I concocted in the past. It can prevent your soul from weakening. Regardless of whether Yu Fanghua was willing or not, Ling Xiao stuffed the soul-stabilizing pill into Yu Fanghua's mouth. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, it melted and instantly integrated into Yu Fanghua's soul realm. It turned into a trickle and healed Yu Fanghua's soul. Ling Xiao also ate a soul-stabilizing pill. Although this thing couldn't heal his soul completely, it could temporarily prevent him from suffering. Anyway, as long as he woke up, there were many ways to heal his soul. After all, his soul was much stronger than Yu Fanghua's. Fanghua, in this life, I won't let you down. Even if the world collapses, you'll always be number one in my heart. Ling Xiao had always liked to call you Fanghua, the Moon Lady. That was because he felt that he liked the Moon Lady and not the Yu Fanghua of this life. However, from this moment onwards, he changed his mind. What Yu Fanghua did for him wasn't any worse than what the Moon Lady did for him. Moreover, Yu Fanghua was the Moon Lady. Why did he have to make such a clear distinction? All he needed to know was that he loved this woman deeply. That was enough. He would never allow anyone to take this woman away from him. That's so mushy. Bai Shui shook her head and walked out of the room. Yu Fanghua smiled sweetly and said, I know how you feel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that. In this life, I will only love you no matter what difficulties we have to face. No matter how others threaten me, I won't care. The two of them held each other's hands tightly, transmitting the love of life and death between them. After a long time, there was a knock on the door. Ling Xiao, can I come in? It was Zi Qinya's voice. Ling Xiao smiled and let Ziqinya in. Ziqinya wasn't the only one who came in. Zilong was also there. You're finally awake, Brother Ling Xiao. You almost scared me to death. If you didn't wake up, I would have gone crazy. Zilong was the first to rush over. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body had already recovered. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Ahem, Xiaolong, don't you see that our benefactor is still here? Ziqinya coughed and said. Zilong hurriedly cupped his fist and thanked Yufanghua. You don't have to thank her. She is my woman. I can thank her alone. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Since the two of you are here, I have something to ask of you. What's the matter? Just say it. Our lives are yours. Whatever you want us to do, we won't refuse. Ziqinya said. First, I want to apologize to both of you, because I lied to you about some things. In fact, I came from the Western Domain. I am the Celestial Emperor of the Western Domain. Ling Xiao decided to be frank with Ziqinya and Zilong. He needed these two to help him establish the foundation of the Celestial Empire in the 4 domains. So that's how it is. No wonder I always felt that Brother Ling Xiao was so mysterious. I didn't expect you to come from the Western Domain. Then you are even more powerful. A Western region martial artist can actually enter the 4 major regions and even become so strong. Zilong sighed. Chapter 3887. There's no need to apologize. Our lives are yours. Just tell us what you want us to do. Ziqian, you said seriously. All right, I'll explain my thoughts to you in detail. Next, Ling Xiao told Ziqian Yi and Zilong about his plans and considerations. A grand blueprint had been woven by him. After listening to him, Ziqian Yi was still in a daze. Can it really succeed? You want to unify the mystic world. Ziqian Yi was really shocked. I believe that Brother Ling Xiao will succeed. He is that kind of powerful person. Zilong said excitedly. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the future. But now, Sister Qianyi, are you willing to become the ruler of the heavenly empire in the 4 regions? Ling Xiao asked. Of course I am. I will do as you said and bring the talented cultivators of the Western regions to the small purple spirit kingdom to cultivate. But will the Dongsheng Emperor come to make trouble? Ziqian Yi asked. Not for a while. His injury will take at least a year or 2 to recover, and after a year or 2, I can guarantee that I will be stronger than him. At that time, not only the small purple spirit kingdom, but even the Purple Mansion Kingdom and the Dongsheng Kingdom will be mine. Ling Xiao said confidently, By the way, you know Half Demon City, right? I have people there. You can contact them with my token. If you need help, just say the word. Well, in that case, I will take this heavy responsibility. Ziqian nodded. She thought that the only meaning of her life was to protect her brother. However, Ling Xiao gave her a new meaning, which made her more confident and motivated. But where do you plan to go next? If you offend the Dongsheng Emperor, I'm afraid you can't go to the Dongsheng Kingdom. Ziqian frowned. To the Southern Sky Kingdom, Yufanhua suddenly said. Why? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He was also a little confused about the future, but since Yufanhua mentioned the Southern Sky Kingdom, there must be a reason. Among the 4 great kingdoms, the Western Kingdom is the most powerful, and it was also very special. The other 3 superpowers did their own thing, but they belonged to the Golden Heavenly Nation. However, this Western Kingdom's powerful country was directly under the jurisdiction of the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. To put it simply, the other 3 strong nations were like small sects affiliated to a powerful sect. And this Western Sky Kingdom was more like the outer sect of this powerful sect. They belonged to the same lineage. Yufanhua explained. So it's like this, No wonder you suggested that I go to the Western Kingdom. Apart from being directly under the jurisdiction of the Golden Heavenly Nation, what other characteristics does this country have? Ling Xiao had to get to the bottom of this. In the Western Kingdom, the concentration of spiritual energy is about 10 times that of the other three great powers. The number of experts they had was also 10 times that of the other three superpowers. And most importantly, as the periphery of the Golden Heavenly Country, the most outstanding disciples of the Western Kingdom could directly enter the Golden Heavenly Country to cultivate. It was the same principle as the outer sect disciples entering the inner sect. If you go there, your path to promotion will be much easier. It's much better than staying in the Dongsheng Strong Nation, Yu Fanghua explained. Hearing this, Ling Xiao roughly understood the path that Yu Fanghua had arranged for him. He would first go to the Western Kingdom and find a way to become the most outstanding disciple. After that, he would step into the Golden Heavenly Country and become the most outstanding warrior in the Golden Heavenly Country. Although the Golden Heavenly Country's overall strength was slightly weaker than the Eternal Palace, they were still on the same level. As long as Ling Xiao could become the most outstanding warrior in the Golden Heavenly Country, he would be able to marry Yu Fanghua openly. He knew very well that the reason why Yu Fanghua stayed by his side was because she was worried about him. Soon, Yu Fanghua would leave, or else, when the people from the Eternal Palace came after them, they would all be in danger. All of this was because of his strength. Even if his strength didn't regress, it was still not enough. At the very least, his cultivation had to be steady, and he had to break through to the peak 8th Divine Core realm step by step. Only the peak Heavenly Core realm could achieve that. With this thought in mind, he looked at Yu Fanghua affectionately and said, "Fanghua, I won't disappoint you. I will become the strongest warrior in the Golden Heavenly Country, the man who is most qualified to marry you. Even the Eternal Emperor won't be able to stop us." Being weak didn't make Ling Xiao feel dispirited. On the contrary, it made his blood boil even more, because he knew his own path. He knew his goal. Yu Fanghua sighed and said, "To be honest, I really want to stay with you forever. But too bad, I can't. Although Bai Shui and I are very strong, when compared to the entire Eternal Emperor domain, we are nothing. The people from the Eternal Palace have already found out that I've escaped, and they will be here soon. I can't drag you into this. It's not your fault. I'm useless." Ling Xiao shook his head. He loved a woman, but he couldn't protect her. This was the biggest sorrow for a man. Therefore, he had to work harder. The separation now was only temporary. When he was in the Western region, his strength was much weaker than now, but he still managed to survive. To him, it didn't take long for him to recover his strength from the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm. His cultivation speed was already very fast. Now that he had recovered his strength, his cultivation speed was even faster. Because he had experienced the same thing before, he didn't feel dispirited at all. "Fanghua, just wait for me in the Eternal Palace. Today they look down on me. One day, I will make them look up to me. The existence of the Eternal Palace is also a kind of motivation for me. It's good that you can understand this. I was worried that you wouldn't understand." Yu Fanghua let out a sigh of relief. The man she liked was indeed not an ordinary man. He wasn't the kind of man who couldn't understand what was important. If Ling Xiao insisted on her staying, then she would agree. But if she did that, she would face the wrath of the Eternal Palace sooner or later. Humiliation was considered light. If things went wrong, he might even lose his life. That was something Yu Fanghua didn't want to see. And now, Ling Xiao seemed to have considered this point. He wasn't begging for her protection. Instead, he was working hard to become stronger. No matter what, such a man was worthy of respect. By the way, Fang Hua, I heard that you were betrothed to a man called Wang Quan Tianming. Is he very strong? Ling Xiao had to understand how terrifying his opponent was. Yu Fanghua froze for a moment. Originally, she did not intend to say this. Because the opponent was too strong, Ling Xiao might break down. But this time, after seeing Ling Xiao kill the White Wolf mask, she decided to believe in Ling Xiao. She believed in her man. To be honest, Wang Quan Tianming's strength is weaker than me in the younger generation of the Eternal Palace. He's only weaker than me, and this weakness isn't in terms of cultivation. His cultivation is even higher than mine. He's on the same level as Bai Shui, half-step divine body realm. I was born with a special martial soul, so I have an innate advantage. Chapter 3888. Yu Fanghua continued. This Wang Quan Tianming also has a special martial soul. Just like you, he is a beast god. Furthermore, his beast god realm is a supreme divine realm. Apart from me, no one in the younger generation of the Eternal Palace is his match. A supreme divine realm. Ling Xiao had heard about this Wang Quan Tianming before. Most of them said that Wang Quan Tianming's beast god realm was a high-grade divine realm. Unexpectedly, it was even higher than that. It looked like this guy wasn't going to be easy to deal with. A beast god with a half-step divine physique realm cultivation base. He was definitely a terrifying mountain in front of Ling Xiao. But so what? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer in his mind. Above the supreme divine realm was the Lord Divine Realm, and above the Lord Divine Realm was the primordial divine realm. The beast god realm he possessed was something that Wang Quan Tianming couldn't compare with. What he needed to do now was increase his cultivation base. He believed that his cultivation speed would be much faster than Wang Quan Tianming's. In fact, Wang Quan Tianming's strength was within his expectations, so he wasn't surprised. If Wang Quan Tianming wasn't so strong, the eternal emperor of the Eternal Palace wouldn't have betrothed his most outstanding daughter to Wang Quan Tianming. Oh, right, there's something else I need to tell you. Yu Fanghua suddenly said, do you still remember Wang Quan Tianming's brother, Wang Quan Tianming? He went to the western region with Wang Quanzhen. In the end, his body was destroyed by someone, but his inner core wasn't damaged. Now, he has recovered, but he's been clamoring to get even with you. What's going on? When Yu Fanghua was unconscious, she didn't know that Wang Quan Tianming was killed by the black demon in Ling Xiao's body. At that time, Ling Xiao didn't know anything about the divine core realm. He only knew that he destroyed Wang Quan Tianming's body. He thought Wang Quan Tianming was dead, but now it seemed like Wang Quan Tianming was still alive. There are some reasons. But how strong is Wang Quan Tianming? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. If he could kill Wang Quan Tianming once, he could do it again. Last time, he relied on the black demon's strength. This time, he would rely on his own strength. Kingship of the world's talent is also very strong. His strength is basically the same as that water white wolf. Yu Fanghua replied, he's really strong. Looks like I have to hurry up. Ling Xiao did not want to delay for even a moment. He could not wait to go to the Western Kingdom's strong country. Ling Xiao, it won't be easy for you to become one of the best in the Golden Sky region. The Western Kingdom alone has a population of billions. Among them, there were also countless experts. I hope you won't be too anxious. You know my strength. It won't be easy for them to put me under house arrest. During this period of time, I will travel through the 4 major regions and draw away the Eternal Palace's attention. You just need to focus on your cultivation. Whether it's 1 year, 3 years, or even 100 years, I can wait. Yu Fanghua said seriously. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would be too anxious and walk down the wrong path. If that happened, it would be troublesome. Don't worry, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. Yu Fanghua and Bai Shui were both super experts. It would not be easy for the experts of the 4 major regions to deal with them. Even if they could not win, they could easily escape. But even so, Ling Xiao would not be free because of this. After all, his goal was not only to marry Yu Fanghua. He had a bigger and more magnificent blueprint. He wanted to control the entire 4 major regions in his hands. Fanghua, I won't let you wait too long. Of course, I won't be anxious because of this. After so many days, don't you believe me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course I believe you. Yu Fanghua nodded heavily. Then Ling Xiao looked at Zi Qinya and said, I'll leave the small purple spirit country to you. The martial artists of our heavenly dynasty empire are also entrusted to you. The heavenly devil ruin is very safe. Before I leave, I'll seal all the entrances. Only the small purple spirit country is left. Once you encounter any danger, just hide inside. During this period of time, keep a low profile and steadily increase your strength. The day I return will be the day the Eastern Victory Kingdom will be mine. At that time, you won't have to be sneaky anymore. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, Zi Qinya and Zi Long understood that Ling Xiao was leaving. Although they were reluctant to leave, they also understood that this small purple spirit country could no longer help Ling Xiao improve his strength. A dragon diving into the ocean. Only the Western Victory Kingdom's ocean could allow this dragon to continue his evolution. Ling Xiao's current cultivation was only at the peak 8th level divine vein realm. However, one must understand that his physical strength had already reached the 7th order emperor realm. This meant that any martial artists below the 7th level divine core realm would be able to cause him very little harm. Also, there was the hero army in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. If he wanted to survive in the Western Victory Kingdom, it would be very easy. Before leaving, as promised, Ling Xiao sealed all the entrances to the Heavenly Devil Ruin. The seals wouldn't weaken for at least a few hundred years. Furthermore, even a divine physique warrior wouldn't be able to destroy it if they didn't know how to set up a formation. The Heavenly Devil Ruin had become the safest place. Only then did Jiang Chun feel relieved and set off with Yu Fanghua and Bai Shui. The first step was to head to the Eastern Victory Kingdom, not to massacre the city, but to use the teleportation formation to travel to the Western Victory Kingdom. With Yu Fanghua around, when they used the transmission array, no one actually came to stop them. Perhaps the Eastern Victory Emperor had already given the order. Yu Fanghua and the others didn't cause any trouble, they just used the teleportation formation. Yu Fanghua knew very well that as one of the 4 strongest kingdoms in the Golden Heavenly region, the Eastern Victory Kingdom wasn't weak. If they really had to fight to the death, they might not be able to get the upper hand. Furthermore, if they attacked the Eastern Victory Kingdom, the Golden Heavenly Kingdom wouldn't just sit back and watch. That would also be very unfavorable to Ling Xiao's future development. The Eastern Victory Kingdom's teleportation formation sent the 3 of them directly to the imperial city of the Western Victory Kingdom. The imperial city of the Western Victory Kingdom isn't just a single city. It's a combination of 108 cities. Any one of the cities had tens of millions of martial artists, and all of them are extremely powerful. Your current cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Pulse realm. It's better to keep a low profile. Standing in the imperial city of the Western Victory Kingdom, Jiang Chun felt the terrifying aura and abundant spiritual energy around him. Ling Xiao seemed to be somewhat fascinated. Yu Fanghua was afraid that he would be impulsive and couldn't help but remind him, "Don't worry, I won't be so impulsive." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "But if someone provokes me, I won't be polite. For example, that Wang Quan Tianming. Wang Quan Tianming is very vengeful. This person is a genius. From the moment he was born, he was a genius in the limelight, so he is very arrogant. His younger brother was injured, and he will always remember it in his heart. If you appear, he will be the first to kill you. Yu Fanghua reminded, the Wang Quan clan is a famous clan in the Eternal Palace. Even if he kills people indiscriminately, no one will dare to say anything. Chapter 3889. Wang Quan Tianming's strength didn't exceed my expectations. Actually, I'm more interested in this Eternal Emperor. How strong is he? Ling Xiao asked with a puzzled expression. You're talking about Father? Who knows? Father hasn't shown himself for a long time. I can't tell how strong he is either. The ones in charge of delivering Father's orders are usually the first queen and the 4 emperors. Wang Quan Tianming's grandfather is one of the 4 emperors of the Eternal Palace. As for the Eternal Emperor Empress, she's my father's woman, but not my birth mother. Speaking up to here, Yu Fanghua couldn't help but feel sad. My mother passed away when I was 7 years old. But as for how my mother died, I just couldn't remember. I only remember that I was at the scene when she died. How strong are the first queen and the 4 emperors? Ling Xiao asked curiously. If he wanted to go to the Eternal Emperor domain in the future, he had to find out how strong these people were. Or else, if he went there recklessly, he might just lose his life for nothing. Furthermore, the Eternal Emperor wasn't someone who would show his face. If he wanted to get Yu Fanghua, he would have to at least be qualified to talk to the first queen and the 4 emperors. Yu Fanghua shook her head and said, I don't know about that. In fact, they have never done anything. Basically, no matter what happens in the Eternal Emperor domain, their subordinates can handle it. They don't need to do anything. But I'm guessing that the first queen and the 4 emperors are divine physique realm warriors. And my father, the Eternal Emperor, is much stronger than them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to intimidate those 5 people. I see. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, Don't worry. It's enough to know that they are divine physique realm warriors. I'll do my best to reach this realm. For others, breaking through from the 8th level divine vein realm to the 9th level divine core realm in a few dozen years was an extremely difficult task. But for him, it wasn't a problem at all. Oh, right. Fanghua, I can sense that you don't have a core in your body. What's going on? Since they were going to separate, he still wanted to know what happened to you, Fanghua. Actually, it's nothing much. They put me under house arrest and were afraid that I would leave. Therefore, he sealed my Naiden. But it doesn't matter. Through the heavenly mirror, I can still use the power of the Naiden. They wouldn't dare to destroy my Naiden. After all, they can't afford to provoke my father. Yu Fanghua said casually. However, Ling Xiao was very clear that losing one's Dantian was a very troublesome matter. Ziqinya was only an early 6th Divine Core warrior, and it was extremely difficult for him to fuse with someone else's inner core. Besides, Yu Fanghua was a peak 9th Divine Core warrior. With Ling Xiao's current strength, it was simply impossible for him to do so. Forget it. If there's any danger, you must contact me. Even if my strength is insufficient, I will think of a way to help you. After all, other than being a martial artist, I'm also an apothecary and an array master. Ling Xiao did not delve into the matter of the inner core. Even if he knew now, there was nothing he could do to help. Since Yu Fanghua was not in any danger right now, he didn't need to ask too much. On the day they parted ways, they spent 3 days and 3 nights in a city even stronger than the Imperial City in the southern sky. Both of them were venting their love for each other, satisfying each other, and making each other remember them. But What neither of them noticed was that after the lovemaking session, both of their bodies had undergone some slight changes. Fanghua's cultivation that had been unable to break through for a long time finally showed signs of breaking through. Although Ling Zhao's cultivation hadn't broken through, he could clearly feel that the true Yuan in his body had once again undergone a transformation. It didn't become stronger, but it had developed a new characteristic. Under the sunlight of the sun and moon, he was able to continuously increase his cultivation, temper his body, and strengthen it, although the speed wasn't too fast. But when combined with Ling Zhao's own cultivation, it became even more abnormal. His future cultivation speed would be at least twice as fast as before. His cultivation speed was already freakish enough to begin with. Even he hadn't expected it to increase by 2 times. After watching Yu Fanghua leave, Ling Xiao began to think about the path he would take next. Now that the two of you are done being affectionate, isn't it time to talk to Master? The sudden voice of the Yuan Venerate startled Ling Xiao. His old face reddened as he said, "Master, before you speak, can you give me a reminder? Master has already called you many times. You were in a daze and didn't know what you were thinking. Now you're blaming Master?" The Yuan Venerate snapped. All right. Don't be angry, Master. Tell me, what did you call me for? I know that Master can't just show up casually." Ling Xiao asked, "Didn't you ask Master to help you decipher that immemorial martial technique? It has already been successfully deciphered." "You want to know?" the Yuan Venerate said with a smile. "The immemorial martial technique of the ancient Dongxing Emperor." "Great. Tell me quickly," Ling Xiao said excitedly. The reason no one knew the true nature of this immemorial martial technique was because even the ancient Dongxing Emperor hadn't been able to successfully cultivate it. This thing had been restricted when the ancient Dongxing Emperor had discovered it. The ancient Dongxing Emperor wasn't an array formation expert. He hadn't been able to decipher it, so he had left it behind. If this thing had fallen into the hands of others, it would have been useless. However, it would have been different if it had fallen into Ling Zhao's hands. There were Yuan Venerates, array formation masters, and alchemy masters from the immortal court. Although it had taken a long time to decipher this restriction, it had been successfully deciphered in the end. Ling Xiao hid the room in the inn he was staying in. Then he took out the immemorial martial technique. After the restriction was removed, the immemorial martial technique was a glowing jade tablet. Above the sparkling and translucent light, there was a fascinating energy. "What do I have to do?" Ling Xiao asked. "Place your hand on this jade tablet and use your soul spirit to comprehend it. Generally, martial techniques of this level don't have any specific moves. They only have intent. Once you comprehend it, it will become your own martial technique." The Yuan Venerate explained. Ling Xiao nodded and took the jade tablet in his hand. At that moment, Ling Xiao was so frightened that he almost threw the jade tablet in his hand away. This was because he had seen a magical scene. 12 different demonic beasts suddenly appeared. They were ferocious and powerful. Every demonic beast let out a shuddering cry. Not to mention him, anyone else would have been shocked. Are these the 12 demonic beasts corresponding to the 12 primordial god positions? Ling Xiao frowned and thought to himself, "Disciple, don't be afraid. You have 12 primordial god positions. This immemorial martial technique was derived from the 12 primordial god positions. Although these 12 demonic beasts could only be considered high-level primordial god positions. However, the power of this immemorial martial technique has probably reached the standard of a high-level level 9 emperor level. If you cultivate it, it will be even more powerful and effective." Chapter 3890. Actually, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He had seen a lot of things in his life, and he was just a little surprised at first. After that, he closed his eyes and allowed his soul to enter the jade plate. He used his heart to comprehend this strange, immemorial martial skill. Right at this moment, 12 different energies flew out from the jade plate and merged with his body. It had actually fused with his beast soul. The jade tablet disappeared as well. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. No wonder the ancient Emperor Dongsheng and Blood Sword Reverend couldn't comprehend this immemorial martial skill. It looked like this martial skill was made for beast god cultivators. The blood demon seal couldn't be compared to this. Even the innate fiend god seal and the 9 heaven slaughter couldn't be compared to this. Sure enough, they weren't on the same level. Initially, Jiang Chun thought this immemorial martial skill was at most a 7th order Emperor realm martial skill, which was on par with the 9 heavens slaughter. But now, it looked like he had really underestimated it. What a monster! This immemorial martial skill requires a powerful beast god martial soul to activate. The 12 beast god martial souls were all at the same level as the Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat. The Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat was a beast god martial soul of a higher level than any of the beast god martial souls in Ling Xiao's body. But there were 12 of them sealed within the jade plate. This immemorial martial skill didn't look like a simple martial skill. It could merge with the 12 primeval divine positions in Ling Xiao's body, forming a powerful martial soul combat skill. In other words, after cultivating this immemorial martial skill, perhaps there would be a 3rd unique combat skill among the 12 beast souls in his body. Furthermore, it was a 9th order Emperor realm martial skill. So domineering. In just an instant, as the beast god martial souls merged with the jade plate, all 12 of Ling Xiao's beast souls were upgraded. Ling Xiao's cultivation naturally recovered to the early stage of the 9th level of the divine vein realm. I wonder what kind of terrifying existence created this martial skill. It can actually merge the souls of 12 terrifying demon beasts above the 9th order divine core realm with it. This is really too powerful. Ling Xiao believed that someone like this must be at least at the divine physique realm. His luck was really not bad. The 12 divine beasts technique was the true name of this martial skill. An ordinary beast god martial artist could only master one of the beast god martial skills. As for Ling Xiao, because he already had the divine position of the 12 divine beasts, he possessed 12 complete sets of divine beast martial skills. It would not be a waste if it fell into his hands. However, he was a little puzzled. Although the Yuan Venerate had said that this was a high-level, level 9 Emperor class martial technique, it was still a level 9 martial technique. However, Ling Xiao felt that this was even more terrifying. He hadn't seen the miraculous power of a 9th level Emperor martial skill, but he believed that his intuition wouldn't be wrong. A martial technique created by a divine physique echelon expert shouldn't just be a high-grade 9th level Emperor level martial technique. However, the troublesome thing was that with his current cultivation, he was unable to practice such a mystical martial skill. Another problem was that the higher the level of the martial skill, the higher the requirement for cultivation. He had encountered the same situation when he cultivated the falling plum clear shadow steps and the innate celestial demon seal. He carefully read the information in the 12 divine beasts technique. Sure enough, he found the requirement. Cultivating the 12 divine beasts technique actually required the blood of a high-grade beast god as a material. Furthermore, the cultivation of every beast god required the corresponding blood of a beast god. This was a little troublesome. Where could he find it? Don't worry, the blood of a beast god isn't as hard to find as you think. As long as you can find a beast god martial artist, you can obtain the blood of a beast god. Although beast god martial artists with the supreme divine position and above are rare, high-grade beast god martial artists can still be found. Furthermore, you don't have to kill them. You just need some blood. The Yuan venerate reminded him, "This isn't easy." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Indeed, the more mystical a martial skill was, the more troublesome it was to cultivate it. If you find this troublesome, why don't you go to the ancient ruins of the secret realms to search for the amber, fossils, or even corpses of the ancient beast gods? You can also extract petrified blood from them. Others can't use it, but I will teach you a refining method that can turn it back into blood. The Yuan venerate chuckled. Actually, you shouldn't be worried about this. You should be more concerned about not exposing this thing easily. You have to know that even a beginner level 9 Emperor-class martial skill can lead to a fatal disaster if others find out about it. Master, I'm not a 3-year-old kid, nor am I a small fry who is roaming the pugilistic world for the first time. I can be considered a hero, so you don't have to remind me about this. I understand. Ling Xiao sometimes felt that the Yuan venerate was still treating him like a child. You will always be a child in my eyes. All right, you can think about it on your own. I will go back and rest first. I have consumed a lot of energy helping you break this thing during this period of time. After saying that, the Yuan venerate disappeared again. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao, will never forget your great kindness. Although Yuan venerates didn't appear often, they were always of great help to him. Although he didn't say it out loud, he remembered it very clearly. If he hadn't been a Yuan venerate, he wouldn't have been able to break the seal on the 12 divine beast technique given his strength. Now that he had this thing, he could slowly study it. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about martial skills. If he added a growth-type auxiliary martial skill, like the plum blossom acupuncture hand, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. He suppressed the excitement in his heart for the time being. Ling Xiao looked outside the inn again. The road ahead wouldn't be easy. It was said that the Western Sky Imperial Court only recruited Divine Core warriors. If he wanted to go, he would have to raise his cultivation to the Divine Core realm first. He had already recovered to the early 9th level Divine Vein realm. It shouldn't take too much time. Moreover, in order to cultivate the 12 divine beast technique in the future, the beast god's blood was also necessary. Suddenly, a familiar aura came from outside the inn. Ling Xiao was stunned. He was too familiar with this aura. Wasn't it Dark Frost? But shouldn't Dark Frost be cultivating in the Meng village now? How could she appear in the imperial city of the Western Sky Empire? Strange. Ling Xiao frowned, removed the protection, and walked out of the inn. At this moment, he saw a large carriage passing by the roadside. The carriages were filled with young women. Both of their hands were shackled, and it seemed like they were captured from somewhere. Among these girls, there was a familiar face. It was Dark Frost. Damn it! What happened? Ming Shuang's cultivation has increased by quite a bit. But how did she become a prisoner? Ling Xiao could tell with his Tai Chi eye that Dark Frost's cultivation had reached the 4th level Divine Core realm. This was an amazing breakthrough. But the problem was, how could someone with such formidable strength be captured alive? Looking at the guards, the strongest among them was only at the 1st level Divine Core realm. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. Since he saw Dark Frost, he had to save her. Chapter 3891. The carriage headed out of the city. Ling Xiao decided not to take action in the city. After all, this was one of the 108 cities in the imperial city of the Western Kingdom. Once a fight broke out, they would be caught in no time. Since the carriage was heading out of the city, it would be more appropriate to take action outside the city. He followed the carriage all the way out of the city. After leaving the city, the carriage headed in a certain direction. Looking at it from afar, it was a land covered with snowy mountains. Where was the carriage taking these girls? Ling Xiao was puzzled, but he still followed the carriage. When they arrived at a desolate place, the environment suddenly changed. What was originally a summertime situation changed into a cold winter in an instant. The ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. Even Jiang Chun could feel the coldness. His body was a seventh-order emperor, yet he could still feel the coldness. Since he could feel the cold, perhaps even a divine core warrior would have a hard time surviving in this place. Achoo! What is this place? It's so cold. In the carriage, a girl sneezed and shivered all over. Everyone's faces were flushed red. It wasn't because they were shy, but because they were freezing. Ling Xiao noticed that none of these girls had a high cultivation base. Dark Frost was an exception, but it seemed like Dark Frost's cultivation base was sealed by someone with a talisman. She couldn't use it, and she was shivering because of the cold. Actually, not only these girls, even the first Divine Core warrior who was escorting the carriage had put a warming talisman on himself. If he didn't have the warming talisman, he might not be able to withstand the cold. Where are you taking us? One of the girls in the carriage couldn't help but ask. Don't be afraid. You're lucky. The place we're taking you to is a good place. It's called the Shuiyu Kingdom, and it's the closest place to the imperial city of the Western Kingdom. It's also the strongest kingdom in the Western Kingdom. When you go there, you'll be working as servants. But if you're lucky, you might be chosen by some mighty warrior and become their disciple, or a woman. From then on, you'll have a meteoric rise. Therefore, you shouldn't hate us. You should be thanking us. The driver replied with a smile on his face. Shuiyu Kingdom? Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately thought of several names. Shuiyu Country, Bailong Country, Fengho Country. This should be one of the more powerful countries in the Western Kingdom. Amongst them, Shuiyu was the strongest and the most mysterious. It was said that the great country of Shuiyu had trained many people to go to the 108 cities of the Western Sky Empire. In that case, Shuiyu was a perfect place to start. Boom! Just as he was thinking, a loud sound suddenly came from the front. A figure shot out from the snow and landed in front of the carriage. There were a total of 4 people escorting the carriage. All of them were first Divine Core warriors. However, 3 of them were at the late first Heavenly Divine Core realm, and 1 was at the perfect first Heavenly Divine Core realm. The 4 of them noticed the abnormality and immediately became vigilant. They were all staring at the figure not far away. They didn't believe that this guy who suddenly appeared was here to give them gifts. This guy feels so strong. Ling Xiao also looked in that direction. It was a young man. She was not much older than him. He looked to be in his early 20s. He had a simple and honest look on his face. Frankly speaking, he looked a bit rustic. It was as if he had been cultivating somewhere for a long time and had only recently come out into the world. The young man's cultivation was at the early 4th Divine Core realm. His strength was extremely frightening. After all, not everyone was a genius like Gu Fenghua and Qing Moshua. They didn't have the resources they did. Kid, what are you trying to do? The escort asked coldly. It's simple. Let these poor girls go. They obviously don't want to. You shouldn't force them to go to the great country of Shuiyu. The young man said, Ha 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 ha, so you're an idiot. Get lost, or else we'll tie you up as well. Although the great country of Shuiyu doesn't need many male slaves, and they aren't worth much. You can still earn some pocket money, though. The escort laughed out wildly. Obviously, they didn't realize how frightening this young man's strength was. I'm very strong. The young man said. This guy was indeed a simple and honest young man. Even his words were so straightforward. Go. The person escorting the female slave was a little impatient, and the leader waved his hand at his subordinates. The other 3 men leapt towards the young man. Here's my chance. Ling Xiao didn't care where this young man came from. What he wanted to do was to save Darkfrost. He instantly transformed into his shadow warrior form. Ling Xiao arrived behind the leader and thrust his sword into his throat. Then he smashed his inner core with his palm. The inner core of a peak First Divine Core warrior was actually very fragile. How terrifying was Ling Xiao's fleshy body? This palm landing, the power was frighteningly great. Of course, when he attacked, he had exposed himself. But that didn't matter anymore. Big bro Ling Xiao. When Darkfrost saw Ling Xiao, she was so happy that she almost cried. They had discovered a strange secret realm near the Meng family's village. That was why she had ventured into the secret realm alone. While she was confused, she had encountered a series of good things, and her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. But in the end, she fainted while cultivating. When she woke up, she was already in this situation. She couldn't use her true yuan. Even though she was stronger than these escorts, there was no way she could get out of this predicament. Ling Xiao waved the blood sovereign sword in his hand and slashed out. It turned into a few sword beams. The shackles on all the girls' hands were broken. He was not a saint, and he wasn't a saint either. But why wouldn't he do something that was convenient for him? At the same time, the young man had defeated the remaining 3 escorts. But this young man was a simple man, and he didn't use too much strength. Therefore, although the 3 men were defeated, they didn't die. When they realized the situation was bad, they turned around and fled. But how could Ling Xiao let them run away? He took out the profound theory bow and shot out 3 arrows, nailing the 3 men to the tree. The 3 arrows hit the 3 men's inner cores. You just need to save them. Why did you have to kill them? The young man was confused. Brother, are you a newcomer? If they leave, what do you think will happen? These people are obviously just running errands. Their background can't be weak. Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain too much and said casually. He didn't expect the young man to understand, but that guy's reaction surprised him. I understand. This is what Master said. We can't let the tiger return to the mountain. The young man nodded and said, the martial world is indeed a big lesson. I couldn't understand Master's words in the past, but now I gradually understand. By the way, my name is Lion Master Bao. What about you? Lion Master Bao, what a strange name. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was starting to like this kid a little. He wasn't as pedantic as he thought. Chapter 3892. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm going to sway you to participate in the selection process. What about you? Not only was Xiao Bao honest, he was also very familiar with people. He said with a smile, what selection process? Ling Xiao asked curiously, don't you know? The Western Kingdom has discovered a secret territory, although it's not very useful for the geniuses of those kingdoms. But for the warriors of those kingdoms, it's very precious. This time, the Shuiyu Kingdom is selecting all kinds of geniuses to join the expedition. It's all for the sake of entering the secret territory. At that time, not only will the Shuiyu Kingdom go, all the kingdoms under the jurisdiction of the Western Kingdom will go as well. But the real competitors will be the White Dragon Kingdom and the Fengho Kingdom. I think Brother Ling is pretty strong. Why don't we go together? It's good to have a share. It's said that in this secret territory, there will be the remains of a high-ranked beast god. It's something that can be transformed into a high-ranked beast god martial soul. In the entire Black Tortoise continent, beast god martial souls are respected by all. As for Xiao Bao, what Ling Xiao cared about the most was the remains of a high-ranked beast god. If he wanted to cultivate the 12 divine beasts technique, He had to get his hands on it, although he couldn't cultivate such a powerful martial skill right now. It wouldn't be a problem in the future. He had to prepare the materials in advance. All right, I'll go with you and try my luck. Dark Frost, let's go together. Since he had bumped into Dark Frost, Ling Xiao naturally wanted to go with her. Dark Frost was a fourth Divine Core warrior, the same as Xiao Bao. She could definitely help him. Is this little girl your sister? She's so young, but she's already at my level. She's amazing. Xiao Bao sighed. Indeed, Dark Frost looked like she was only 12 years old, because her appearance wouldn't change anymore. Ling Xiao didn't explain much. He just nodded and said, "That's right, she's my sister. Your sister is really strong, but there are even more powerful warriors in the Shuiyu Kingdom. Some of the young warriors in the Shuiyu Kingdom are even stronger than the young warriors from the Eastern Kingdom, Western Sea Kingdom, and Northern Wind Kingdom." This was the reason why the Western Kingdom was the strongest kingdom among the four kingdoms. The most famous person in Shuiyu was the princess. He is known as the #1 genius of Shuiyu. I think he has reached the peak 5th Divine Core realm. Although Lion Master Castle had lived in the mountains for a long time, his master had gotten all kinds of information from somewhere. He had always known what was going on outside. He knew a lot more about Shuiyu than Ling Xiao. "I'm not from Shuiyu. Can I participate?" On the way, Ling Xiao could not help but ask. "Of course you can. Shuiyu has always been a great country. We don't refuse anyone. As long as they were willing to work for Shuiyu, even if they were from an enemy country, there was no problem. That's why Shuiyu is becoming stronger and stronger. It's not any weaker than the other 3 countries." Liu Xiaobao replied. "So good," Ling Xiao said in surprise. "Of course. The Shuiyu country has always been like that. Even the king of the country is chosen through the competition. As long as you are strong enough and loyal to Shuiyu, you don't need to care about anything else." Liu Xiaobao said again. "This country is interesting. I have to go and have a look." Ling Zhao's interest was piqued. "Let's speed up then. We better get to Blood Moon City before nightfall. Otherwise, we'll have to camp here. This damn place is so cold, I'll freeze to death." Liu Xiaobao smiled. Then he suddenly increased his speed. This guy wasn't a scheming guy. He increased his speed purely because he wanted to hurry. He didn't care if others could catch up with him. But this kind of guy was easy to get along with, because Jiang Chun could tell what he was thinking at first glance. He didn't seem like someone who was scheming. "Dark Frost, I'll have to trouble you to hide in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring for a while." Ling Xiao looked at Dark Frost and said, "No need, Ling Xiao Gidge, I can keep up with his speed." Dark Frost giggled. Then, with a flash of her body, she flew away. What a powerful soul force. Looks like Ming Shuang did have a fortuitous encounter. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 people in front of him and used his falling plum clear shadow steps to catch up with them. Along the way, they had met quite a number of people. Many of them had come for the selection of the Shuiyu country. When it came to the princess of Shuiyu, Shui Wushuang, everybody was full of praises. It was as if that woman was really peerless. Ling Xiao was curious. How could a princess of a big country compare to his woman? Yu Fanghua. He didn't believe it. But since everybody was praising Shui Wushuang, she must be extraordinary. Maybe he could make friends with her. One day later, the 3 of them arrived in Shuiyu City. Shuiyu was surprisingly a city of ice. It was built on top of a majestic snowy mountain. The surroundings were covered with white snow all year round. Ordinary people couldn't get close to it. Ling Xiao, that's Shuiyu City. It's rumored to be the capital of Shuiyu country, but some people say that it's just a small city outside the capital. The real capital of Shuiyu country is actually in a small world, said Xiao Bao while looking at Shuiyu City in the distance. Whether it's the capital or not, It should be our first stop. Ling Xiao gazed into the distance. The majestic snowy mountain couldn't be seen. The wind was raging and the snow was roaring. The strangest thing was that there was no road leading to Shuiyu City. How can we get to Shuiyu City without a road? Asked Darkfrost curiously. There's a village at the foot of the mountain. You'll know when you get there, said Xiao Shirbao with a mysterious smile on his face. Ling Xiao and Darkfrost were following behind him. They were curious about the mysterious country of Shuiyu. They didn't know what was going on in Shuiyu country, but it was still an eye-opener for them. It wasn't a wasted trip. Just as Xiao Shirbao had said, there was a village at the foot of the mountain. The village wasn't small. It was much warmer than outside. It seemed like there was a special deployment spell there. Even ordinary people could live there. At that moment, outside of a big house, there was a long line. Many people were chatting in full swing. Ling Xiao could roughly make out a few words. Shui Wu Shuang, selection, mysterious territory. That must be what Xiao Shirbao was talking about. But he hadn't thought that there would be so many people. That should be the registration area. Let's go there, said Xiao Shirbao in a hurry. Xiao Shirbao was always excited. He was really a hot-blooded young man. When Ling Xiao saw Xiao Shirbao, he felt that he was a bit old. Maybe it was because he had been through a lot. Sometimes he was too calm and collected. He wasn't as hot-blooded as a young man should be. That's the two of them. When the three of them were in the line, a few people in the crowd pointed at them and whispered. Chapter 3893. Ling Xiao and Liu Xiaobao noticed that some people were pointing at them. These people's qi was very similar to the people who had escorted the female slaves, and all of them were very strong. They won't dare to do anything here, but I don't think so during the selection process. Brother Lion, be careful. Ling Xiao reminded Liu Xiaobao. Liu Xiaobao was a simple and honest person. Since they had become friends, he had to remind him. Understood. Liu Xiaobao nodded and looked at Ling Xiao gratefully. Darkfrost, you too. If you are attacked during the selection process, don't be merciful. Just kill them. Ling Xiao looked at Darkfrost and said, Got it, Brother Ling Xiao. Darkfrost was in a very good mood. She hadn't had a good time after leaving Ling Xiao. She had been thinking about him day and night. As expected, the heavens were moved. Her big brother Ling Xiao had finally appeared. Finally, it was their turn. The person in charge of registration smiled and said, Write your real name on this piece of paper. Remember, it's your real name. If it's a fake name, you will be eliminated immediately. Ling Xiao noticed that the piece of paper was very special. It actually had the luster of a formation on it, and lines of incantations were faintly discernible. Others couldn't see it, but he could see it clearly with his Tai Chi eye. Liu Xiaobao wrote his name on the paper, and it shined. The person in charge looked at him and said, Good young man, I hope you can become a member of the Shuiyu country. Ling Xiao was surprised when he heard that. The person in charge could tell a person's origin just by looking at his name. Brother Ling, I'll wait for you over there. Liu Xiaobao stood aside after he finished registering. Ling Xiao nodded and walked over. Master, I'm not a citizen of the Shuiyu country. Can I participate in the selection process? Ling Xiao didn't want to cause any trouble, so he decided to be frank. It's okay. You can register, but you have to remember one thing. The Shuiyu country is recruiting people, regardless of their origin, status, or background. But he absolutely could not betray his country. Otherwise, you will suffer the most severe punishment. The person in charge reminded him, You decide for yourself. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Ling Xiao picked up the brush and wrote his name on it. In that instant, it also emitted a golden light. The person in charge was stunned for a moment. He looked at Ling Xiao with interest and said, "Not bad, kid." After going through so many hardships and dangers and walking out of a small town, he was actually able to leave the western regions and come here. You must be very resilient. It was just that his cultivation was a little lacking. However, this old man still thinks highly of you. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Hearing the other party's words, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He could tell that the other party only had a rough idea of what had happened to him after he entered Samsara. After that, Darkfrost also went up and wrote down her name. The person in charge didn't say anything this time. He probably saw that Ling Xiao and Darkfrost were both from the western regions, so there was no need to waste his breath. The selection will officially begin tomorrow. Today, you can stay in the village or go to the top of the snow mountain. However, this old man has to remind you that the top of the snow mountain is not safe. Not only is the natural environment bad, but there are also powerful snow beasts. For your safety, I suggest that you stay in the village for the night. As expected, the person in charge looked at Ling Xiao in a new light and gave him a special reminder. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and immediately left with Darkfrost. Brother Lion, do you want to go to the snowy mountain to play? Although I'm afraid that we won't be able to climb the highest peak of the snowy mountain in a short period of time. Although you can't reach the top of the mountain, you can go to Shuiyu City. Ling Xiao looked at Xiaobao and asked, All right, I have heard that the princess of Shuiyu, Shui Wushuang, is extremely beautiful. I really want to go and see. Maybe she is in Shuiyu City. Xiaobao said excitedly. For a man who hadn't seen a woman for 20 years, Shui Wushuang was really attractive. However, Xiaobao wasn't the only one who thought that way. Ling Xiao noticed that some people were already going to Shuiyu City. There were 3 ways to get to Shuiyu City. The first way was to use the portal. Only cultivators of Shui, you were allowed to use it, and they had to pay a fee. The second way was to climb the snow mountain. It was the most difficult way. The third way was to use a cable. If one looked carefully, one would see that there were many cables extending from the bottom of Shuiyu City. There were cultivators walking up the rope. It was much easier than the second way. Most cultivators would choose that way. Ling Xiao and the others also chose to use the cable. Even though it was cold and the cables were very slippery, the 3 of them were extremely strong cultivators, so it wasn't a problem for them. Using the cable, they could also avoid the snow beasts. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the amount of time he had spent on this was truly not short. It seemed like it was only 2 kilometers, but it took them half an hour. When they arrived outside of Shuiyu City, everybody suddenly stopped talking and became extremely respectful. Ling Xiao knew that those people were probably in awe of the imperial court of Shuiyu. When they arrived in Shuiyu City, someone suddenly shouted, "Your Highness the Princess! Look, it's Her Highness the Princess!" Ling Xiao looked in the direction those people were pointing and saw a group of people slowly walking towards the imperial court of Shuiyu City. One of them was wearing white clothes and looked like a celestial being. She looked like a fairy born in the snow. It gave people an extremely strong impact. Without a doubt, Shui Wushuang was very beautiful. In terms of beauty, she didn't lose to the Moon Lady. Besides, the 2 of them had the same qi, cold and proud. The only difference was that Shui Wushuang's qi seemed to have been cultivated. The Moon Lady's qi was innate. Shui Wushuang's qi was a little artificial, while the Moon Lady's qi was natural. No matter what she did, it was the same. One of them was made by hand, the other was made by nature. It felt different. Of course, that was only his judgment. For those who had never seen the Moon Lady or Yufang Hua, Shui Wushuang was probably already a goddess in their hearts. Too beautiful. So beautiful that it's suffocating. If I have the fortune to talk to her, even if I die, it will be worth it. The people around him were all sighing and excited. Even the Lion Master Castle was no exception. This woman is indeed a seductress. Ling Xiao smiled. No matter whether he admitted it or not, Shui Wu Shuang's qi was fatal to men. What's so great about her? I'll be prettier than her when I grow up. Darkfrost said angrily. Darkfrost's qi wasn't inferior to Shui Wu Shuang in terms of appearance, but unfortunately, she still looked like a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Apart from people with special hobbies, most people wouldn't have any feelings for her. Hee, you're right. Our Darkfrost is much prettier than her. Ling Xiao said with a smile.